stream. We've got a few primaries tonight. So we started on time. Welcome. And we'll take a few minutes to make sure everything's in order. But we've got a stream coming up. June 18th. 3 primaries, 1 runoff, 2 regular primaries. Schedule is up here. Nice to have everybody back again for another stream. Hopefully it's a success. Probably go for a while, like we usually do. And the first poll closings will be at the top of the hour. And that is going to be Virginia and Georgia. Oklahoma is going to be the following hour. So let's let everything fill in. It's going to take a little while. And hello? Bob Good, is he going to survive his primary challenge? I think I thought about putting out a poll on that. You know, I haven't intimately followed it, but I'm thinking, yeah, that's what I'm going with. Did any polls come out on that in the last few days that I might have missed? That'll something we could take a look at real quick. There are a few on here. It's from a few weeks ago. And that did look like Good was going to go down, but I don't know. Actually, yeah, let's see. Let's look at all the endorsements. Wow, we got Bannon. Steve Bannon splitting with Trump here. Trump goes for McGuire. And Bannon splits and goes for Good. I don't know. That is tough. Good is the incumbent. I'd like to give him a slight advantage, but it's going to be one of the hot races to take a look at today. Yeah, right on time. We've got it done. Rando, hello. You know, there's a whole dispute here with Good and McGuire because Good voted to oust Kevin McCarthy. So McCarthy is against Good. Something like that. A lot of people like to get revenge in politics. You see it all the time. But no polling in the last couple of weeks here. But anyway, that's going to be one of the big ones to take a look at. Swinger, hello. Thanks for stopping by. We're just getting going here. Always takes a little bit of time to get things going. But that is going to be a good race between McGuire and Good. I didn't get to look in depth on that as much as I'd like. But we're going to see. We've got the Senate, too. Who's going to win that one? Is it going to be Hung Kao? Or could it be Scott Parkinson? We've got to see what happens in that. We've also got action here in the 7th district. This is going to be an open seat. Same with the 10th. These are blue-leaning districts, especially the 10th. That one not really expected to be competitive. The 7th could be. It's a possibility. But 2 open seats. Then we've got some Georgia runoffs here. Not a ton of action, but enough here. Hopefully to get us through the next few hours. Here's the schedule. We've got these 3 states today, and then next week we've got Colorado, we've got New York, South Carolina, a runoff, and then we've got Utah. Then there's a gap. The convention for the Republicans comes up, and then there's some primaries late July, and then into August. So we're gonna do a stream here, and oh, YouTube's sending out the notifications. I'd like to think that they've done that every time for everybody that's requested them, but hey, YouTube sometimes they do their own thing. I hear people sometimes their comments don't go through. I was reading that within the last couple of days again. That's always a shame. Hate to see that, but here's what's going on today. It says Trump opts to stay in Milwaukee for the GOP convention. So that's if you were thinking he might leave, looks like he's not going to leave. So about 23 minutes till we should hopefully get some results. It's Virginia, it's Oklahoma, and it's a Georgia runoff. But yeah, does everybody think, do you guys think Good is going to win? Do you think McGuire is going to get it done? What are we thinking here? It's kind of a split. Next week, yeah, Bowman and Latimer. Well, it looks like Bowman is going down, but yeah, that's going to be a high profile race to watch. But yeah, everything I've seen, Bowman looks like he's kind of finished, but maybe something happens in the last week. Yeah, the VP spot. It's starting to get into the campaign season, and Trump's going to have to make that decision. Still pretty much up in the air. Is it going to be Burgum? Is it going to be Vance? Here's actually the current market. Looks like Burgum is the favorite right now, followed by Vance, Rubio, Tim Scott. He kind of sank. He was a front runner for many, many months. And then Byron Donalds and Ben Carson. So we'll have to see who that ends up being. First time you got a notification. Yeah, I put this one up late. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to get it done. Had a lot of stuff going on. So I'm squeezing it in, but behind the scenes there's a lot of other stuff going on. But hopefully we could just set that aside, get the stream in. Time for another stream. Absolutely. Liberty's Coalition. You're back again. Couldn't resist. So we'll see how many people we get showing up this time. Try to start a half hour before the polls close to give people adequate opportunity. As always, people are probably busy in their lives. They're working. They just got off of work. Maybe they're just going into work. Maybe you're out getting some stuff done. Maybe you're in school. We've all got lives to live. But anyway, 3 states today, 1 runoff. 4 states next week, including another runoff. And not sure which streams I'm going to be able to do. I'm definitely going to miss some of these. But Election Day, that should be the guarantee. I mean, that's the big event. Okay. Tim Scott is a good choice. Special election. Well, yeah, I think that is less risky than if he picked Marco Rubio and had to deal with the special election there, or even Vance, maybe. South Carolina, that should stay red outside of really atypical circumstances. Yeah, they working, saw the stream. That works. Keep it on in the background. Whatever you've got to do, you know. Maybe you're only stopping by for 15, 20 minutes, but probably go for a while. So waiting on the polls to close in Virginia. Hopefully the stream stays up this time. Usually it does. One time it went down for a while, but state legislator primaries in Oklahoma. That that's kind of too far down ballot for me to have followed, but if anything is notable, I'd like to hear about it. But Oklahoma, we've got the fourth. That seems to be the race that is maybe the most high profile. We've got incumbent Tom Cole. He looks to be getting a challenge from Paul Bonder. But no Senate race, no governor's race in Oklahoma. Just the U.S. House. Guess there's a corporation commissioner election happening, but nothing really that exciting. And Virginia has the Senate, the U.S. Senate, pretty much on the Republican side only. We know they're going to face Tim Kaine in November. A lot of candidates running here. Hung Kao, who ran in the U.S. House in the 10th last time against Jennifer Wexton, who's retiring. He made it a little bit closer, but not really that close. So he's going for the Senate. I don't know if that's going to pay off. Might be kind of a John James type of move going up to the Senate, but he might be facing competition here from Scott Parkinson, or I guess any one of these people. Yeah, the VP and the president from the same state. That does get a little weird, but supposedly they should not be from the same state. But things can be changed around. But I'm not sure if he would pick anybody from Florida. I don't see him picking Byron Donalds um, and Rubio. Rubio's not a bad choice, but I don't know if he's looking to shore up support in Florida, a state he should probably win. Yeah, local elections. I mean, that's definitely important stuff, but that's the kind of thing that's not good for a mass audience. A lot of people don't really want to hear about what's happening in some state house seat in a state that they don't live in. Could always be a couple of exceptions. Hung Kao is overrated. Yeah, I haven't followed his campaign much this time, but I think he is overrated in the sense of what I was just describing, where he did not win in the U.S. House last time, and he didn't even really get extremely close. So to go from that all the way up to an upgrade for the Senate, that does seem a little bit like a stretch. Blaylock or Harris in Georgia's 14th will be able to defeat Green. I have my doubts about that. That's going to be interesting to see who wins because I have no idea. It seemed like they were both pretty close in the first round, but Green going down seems it's such a red district. Even last time, there were talks about could she be vulnerable because she's too much of a spectacle. Not really. It didn't happen. A lot of the competitive primaries in Oklahoma are the same formula. A lot of red states where a lot of the moderate incumbent with far right challenges. Well, I mean, that's kind of what the dynamic is politically these days. In red and blue districts, you're going to get a challenge from your right or left, depending on which party we're talking about. Democrats want more progressive candidates in a lot of places. Republicans want more Trump friendly candidates in a lot of places, especially if it's a fairly red or blue district. I know a lot of people will dismiss moderate candidates as just establishment corporate friendly, and that's probably true to a large extent. Yeah, wasn't the what was that about like a 10-point loss or so for Hung Kao, or maybe nine, somewhere around there, right? Good evening, Will. Thanks for showing up. The more people we get in the stream, the better. It might be more difficult to read all the comments, but either way. So we're about 12 minutes away from Virginia and Georgia. A few races to take a look at in each state. These two Georgia races are going to be of interest, but I would expect Wayne Johnson to win here in the second. And Brian Jack, he does have the Trump endorsement. He's probably going to win that one. You could see in the first round, he got almost 50% anyway, 46.7. So I would think he'd be able to pull together another 3% and secure that nomination. All right. Green did do awful in 22. Well, yeah, down to 66. I mean, again, that's kind of like the Ohio race we were looking at last week, where, yeah, you could say the margin is lower, but I mean, she's easily won. So I don't think she's in any danger of losing, even if she goes down to all the way down to 50, 51%. I mean, that seems unreasonable, but she would still be the winner. I mean, she's got room to spare in that district. That is a very red district. All right. Have it on in the background as you get some work done. That works. Sounds good. Do whatever you've got to do. We'll be here. The important races are Virginia's fifth. This is probably the biggest one, I suppose. Can Bob Good, the incumbent, fend off a challenge from John McGuire? It's very split, and who knows what's going to happen in that one. And then in the seventh, that's an open seat. The 10th is an open seat. Those are races to take a look at. It's probably going to be Vindman here in for the Democrats. Not sure about the Republican side. In the tenth, this is pretty much wide open. I think maybe Dan Helmer is slightly favored. I guess he has more funding or something, but this is too blue of a district to really be competitive in the general. This is the one Hung Kao ran for a couple of years ago. And then Oklahoma's fourth is going to be one to look at here with Tom Cole, seeing if he fends off a challenge from Paul Bonder. And then Georgia has these runoffs. Um, doesn't really matter who wins the third district, or sorry, the third district is the open seat actually. That's going to be the Drew Ferguson district, but the second district, that is the one that's the Sanford Bishop district. So that's going to be blue, very likely in November. So, assuming Wayne Johnson wins, he's going to lose to Bishop in a few months. And then the U.S. Senate here, Republican primary. I'm not so sure it's going to be Hung Kao. It could be Scott Parkinson. I don't think there was a lot of polling here, unless I missed it the last few days. I've been busy. Stuff could have slipped through. Oh, we lost by 6. Okay. So he did a little bit better than I thought. Um, okay. But still, he didn't get it under 5, so I guess it's not really that competitive. But he did take down the previous margin. I know there was redistricting, so it gets a little hard to compare sometimes. But Virginia 10th, yeah, that's loaded up. Eileen Filler Corn, she was the former Speaker of the House, I believe, in Virginia a few years ago. So she's trying to get in on this. But Dan Helmer, I think he has a fundraising advantage. He might be the favorite. And then there's a couple other candidates who I think are going to be competitive, but we'll see what happens. 6.5 minutes from some results potentially. So hopefully everybody's having a reasonable evening here. We're doing another stream. 2 in a row. Did one last week. Hopefully it's another classy, successful stream. We'll go for a while. We'll see what happens. But starting to get into election season. It's not February or March anymore. We're coming up on July pretty soon. Got a debate coming up next week. It's still not really, I think, to the point where things matter. I mean, I think post Labor Day, that's going to be where everything really starts to come together as people actually pay attention to politics. But things can always change. Um, Virginia 10th isn't that blue. I think it's blue enough to where it would not actually be in competition unless it was a red wave. If it was a red wave, then yeah. But it's just not one I'm thinking is going to be that competitive. It's Northern Virginia. It's a little bit too blue, I think. Yeah, she Filler Corn. That name does stand out. That's for sure. Yeah, unique name. Yeah, I believe she was. I mean, we could confirm that right now. Something to take a look at. Yep, former Speaker of the House. For a couple of years, she was the Speaker. So she's not a nobody. But I don't think she's favored to win. But she could be some stuff that the pollsters do miss candidates on occasion, especially in a crowded field. All right. So we've got several hours of primary action ahead. And I put out a video today about the Iowa poll from a couple days ago, or maybe that was yesterday. It's recent, that's for sure. And that one had a massive lead for Trump there, 18 points. It's higher than what I was ever even anticipating. It's not really going to be competitive, but the pollster's fairly reputable. But again, it's still only June. Can't put a whole lot of stock into things just yet. I don't believe Virginia has any runoffs. I think mostly southern states that are not Virginia, the more southern states, those are where the runoffs are. That's for the most part. Writing some scripts about elections, working on county logos. All right, sounds good. Hopefully, you enjoyed the video on Sunday, the Missouri video about the trends and a little bit of the political history. Might be something you're interested in. But yeah, it's tough to get a video up every day. It's tough to do that and take care of other things, but try to keep it all going as smoothly as I can. All right, we're less than 2 minutes here. We're at about a minute. Hopefully, this thing fills in a little bit more. I get that this is not an extremely high profile primary. All right, Missouri. They don't have a state party in Missouri. Send them a video. I see, yeah. It's a good video. That one I did, like all of them, or at least in that series. Hope all the other videos, everybody's enjoying those. But it's going to be primaries today. Several hours of primary action. We're about 10 seconds here. We don't know if the results are going to pop right away. Is it going to take a few minutes? Is it going to take a while? On other streams, it's been a whole variety. Sometimes it comes in right away. Sometimes it just trickles in very, very slowly. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are saying Virginia is going to be competitive. I'm not there yet. I'm still thinking it should go blue without a whole lot of fanfare. I think those polls that show it tied, um, I'm not so sure they're going to hold for the next 4+ months. and that's tied at 42 in that recent poll. I think in the end, a lot of those disaffected Biden voters are going to come back 4, 5, 6%, and he should win the state. Now, it could easily get under 10 where it was last time, but I'm not so sure it's actually going to be competitive. If polling comes out over the next month or two and it shows it in low single digits, I'm going to start thinking maybe there is something to this. But not yet. I'm just not there yet. Yeah, if there was a huge field, nobody gets 10%. I would like to see some runoffs myself. I'm pro runoff. It's never satisfying seeing somebody win with 26%, but it is what it is. So we've got the polls closed, but we don't have anything yet. Not sure how long it's going to be or how they count their votes. Haven't kept up with that process. Tim Kaine is sitting pretty right now. He's awaiting his competition, even though I think he's likely to win in November, if not very likely. So again, the 5th, the 7th, and the 10th, those are, I think, the districts with the most action. Couple of open seats, couple of Democrats retiring, and the 7th, Abigail Spanberger is hanging it up to run for governor. That's going to be next year, that governor's election. Looks like she's the front runner in that more suburban district. And then in the 10th district, that's bluer, but Jennifer Wexton is retiring as well. I think she has some health issues. But in the 5th here, we've got incumbent Bob Good getting a challenge from John McGuire. Good was one of the candidates to vote to get rid of Kevin McCarthy as speaker. I believe there were eight of those Republicans, and apparently there's some backlash. McGuire has the Trump endorsement. Apparently, Bob Good has the Steve Bannon endorsement. I don't know how often you see those two misaligned, but you're seeing it right here. As Biden's campaign using Obama so much? Um, is it that much? I mean, I haven't followed it super closely. I've seen Obama around in some ads and probably at some fundraisers. I mean, that makes sense, I suppose, if you're Biden. He already was on the ticket with Biden back in the day, and he's a popular Democrat, and he's still relatively young for presidential politics. And Obama has all those fundraising connections. He's one of the elite guys. He knows who to call. He's trying to get that support up, bring back the Obama coalition, get the turnout increased for Biden. That's how I see it going. Anyway, we're still waiting on some results. Got nothing. Have to see what happens here. I'm assuming it's between Hung Kao and Scott Parkinson. But here we go. We've got some Georgia. Georgia is the first one out of the gate. And Wayne Johnson with 5%, big lead. And that's what I was expecting. And there we go in the third district. Brian Jack opens up with a 59.5. And then in the 14th to go up against Marjorie Taylor Greene, we've got Sean Harris with a pretty big lead here, 70%. So I think only one of these districts is really consequential. That's going to be the third, because that is the open seat to replace Drew Ferguson. 14th should stay red, second should stay blue, the third should stay red as well. But who's going to replace Drew Ferguson? Probably Brian Jack, but we'll find out. Anything in Virginia? No, nothing. Well, we're got a stream going. 2 weeks in a row. We got another vote dump here. And third district has tightened up right there. But I'm assuming the turnout is going to be so low in a runoff. It's going to be low, I would think, of these primaries as it is. But yeah, Obama, maybe he's getting too much use. Maybe people are going to be tired of him, thinking that Biden is just unable to win on his own, and they got to bring back the guy before him. It could get a little desperate. What do you think are effective? What do you think are effective campaign marketing? Someone who's in that field. Effective campaign marketing. Well, I assume that's separate from policy. It's just purely marketing. Because policy, that's going to highly depend on the specific electorate. Uh, as we've got nothing in Virginia, but the marketing itself, you know, it's it's a tough question because yeah, I have no actual interest myself in making a run because yeah, the marketing would be tough, but that's going to involve yeah, a lot of social media influence. That part can be difficult. How are you going to craft ads? What type of angle are you going to go for? Are you going to pander? Are you going to come off as sincere? Are you going to stand out in any way? Or are you just going to run as a generic Democrat or Republican? And how much of a ground game is there going to be? You got to get the right kind of staff in there, I would assume. Somebody that knows how to tap into, I guess, the community level. I'm not sure exactly which is the most effective, but appealing to just the blue collar worker is usually the fail safe. Obviously, if you're in a certain kind of district, that strategy is going to change. Everybody always tries to seem so sincere that they're in touch with every demographic, every community. They love everywhere they go. A lot of times it's fake. So I think it's effective to not act like you're just intimately involved with everybody. Just try to craft and present yourself. Craft policy, present yourself as somebody that's going to have simple solutions, not necessarily go really convoluted. You didn't vote because you don't care who wins the second district runoff. Too much effort for a runoff. You're in the second district? I can't remember where everybody is from, but that would be highly relevant if you are in this second district. Still got nothing here in Virginia. Oh, no, we do. We do. We've got the 7th. We got some Republican action. Very little, 1%. And here we go. The Senate is in. Hung Cow. Less than 1%. He makes a splash with about 55%. Scott Parkinson, 3rd place. These are the redder counties. Demographics are important. Yeah, they react differently, but that's the balancing it. You don't want to just try to pander. You got to be sincere. That's why I think focusing more on universal policies and that kind of thing, I think, is what I find to be most effective. I'm not a, maybe I've got it all wrong, but I'm not a big fan of the explicit demographic pandering. I always think policy should be, and marketing, yeah, that should be crafted around things that are universal and bridge gaps between everybody instead of siloing everybody off into just what they want to hear, just for their specific demography. I think it's also unrealistic to think, well, this group is going to get this or that group is going to get that. I mean, whether it's age or race, religion, any of that. Yeah, you're not going to appeal to everybody, but that's why it should be more focused, I think, at least more on blue collar type of having a blue collar type of appeal. It's going to be the most, I think, successful probably in the end, and as well as the most important. All right, we've got Hong Kong. He lost just a little bit there. Nothing here in the 5th. Nothing in the 10th. Georgia is pouring in. We've got 22% in here. Wayne Johnson with a big lead. That's probably going to be insurmountable, I would imagine. Yeah, that's why I'm not, there's a lot of aspects I'm not a big fan of. So yeah, I might not be cut out to be in or a part of a campaign because I just I don't like trying to have so much of an appeal on a micro level. And obviously, yeah, you can't go completely generic with everything, but I just hate completely crafting a message depending on the audience as far in politics. You could do a little bit of tweaking. Of course, that's going to make sense if you're talking to senior citizens. You might want to mention Social Security. That's going to make sense. There's going to be more salient issues in different districts and states. But once you start going obvious with it, I think it just starts to fall flat. Becomes insincere. It becomes watered down and unrealistic. I mean, we see it all the time. We see it in primaries. People, they want to stir up their base. We see that, and then all of a sudden they go to the general election and they try to moderate. And usually, I think it becomes kind of an eye roll, where both sides usually abandon some of the stuff they talked up in the primary, and then it just becomes politics as usual. It's who's going to move the needle slightly to the left or slightly to the right, because everybody just wants to win the middle so they can get in there. All right, 2% in here. We've got Hung Kao. He's at 53.7. Waiting for some here in Northern Virginia. And we've got a little bit more here in Georgia. Not a lot in the 3rd district. Nothing in the 10th, if this is working properly. All right, let's see. What have I missed here? Not a ton of comments. Seems to be a little quieter than some other streams, but it's all good. Um, yeah, if you go so generic, then it just becomes you're speaking in platitudes. Because yeah, I'm trying to not focus so much on policy and just the marketing, and I know a lot of that is not able to be separated, so it's difficult. But it all depends on what kind of campaign you want to run. You're probably going to have to run some kind of negative, do some kind of negative um, marketing. But I think the turnout is going to be key. I mean, that it is difficult to come up with a specific answer for how to market politically. Virginia's 10th will be at the same margin, unless Kane or Warner decide. Kane is pronounced Sow? Really? I thought I have heard it pronounced as cow, but it's been a while. That was back probably, that was a while ago. It's gonna be hard for me to change it. I'm gonna have to I have to pull something up to hear him say his own name. But hopefully I get that corrected by tomorrow if I do a video for these results. Primaries are set up to have to be a bit more extreme. Yeah. I know you never know what anybody really thinks and wants to do. Uh, they want to win a primary, but then they moderate in the center. And plus, they can just get in there and do whatever they want. We've seen John Fetterman. A lot of progressives are disappointed that Fetterman seems to have gone. I guess they would consider that a little bit toward the right in some ways. Obviously, probably not in plenty of other ways. But usually, more moderate candidates, again, they're labeled as just so corporate friendly. I think you might have to go to the fringe at least to find some people who want to get money out of politics, it seems. If anybody even does anymore. Don't hear as much about that as I used to. Yeah, but a lot of people do like, they say they want a moderate candidate, but then when you get somebody in there, then sometimes they're moderate and they hate it. Like you had keeping the filibuster, the Democrats kept that, and some people liked it, but a lot of Democrats were going, "What is this? This is way too moderate. We got to get rid of that filibuster." With Sinema and Manchin wanted to keep it, so in that sense, they did not want somebody moderate. We see it. There's always going to be the divides, no matter what. If one party has full control, then there's going to be all kinds of subdivides. Yeah, that staying neutral, that's understandable. The election reforms, yeah. I I've done a lot of community polls on election, different election issues, as we've got some results now here in the fifth district. We've got McGuire, who's actually ahead of the incumbent Good, but not enough in here to make any real conclusions. Exactly. Moderate could be so all over the place. It all right, comes from Chinese. The C is pronounced as in Hung Sao. Okay. Well, I might make that correction again for tomorrow, but for today, I might keep saying cow because that is how I heard it. It's not like I'm just making that up. I thought I try to look up almost every last name or place when I'm doing a video. Obviously, some stuff slips through, but I try to get most of the names as close as I can. But sometimes there's variation in the names. Some people just you hear them differently. All right, now we've got some action here for the Dems. We've got Vinman, who's probably going to win. He does open up here with a 58% advantage. And this side I have not followed. The Republicans, this is wide open from my perspective, but we got a close one here. But only 3% in. Okay, now we've got the 10th. We've got Dan Helmer. He's at about 24. And that's 13 in Loudon. All right, and Georgia's 14th has been called for Sean Harris with 34% in. He's going to face Marjorie Taylor Greene in November, where he's going to be the severe underdog. And Wayne Johnson continues to hold a better than 2-1 advantage over Chuck Hand in the second district. In the third, it's also almost a 2-1 advantage for Bryant Jack. And Derek Anderson has taken the lead here over Cameron Hamilton. You've heard cow, so I'm getting some backup here. That cow, just like COW, pretty much. Am I getting corroboration that it's cow? I'm glad I'm not the only one, but maybe I've got it wrong. That's definitely possible. Question about McGuire and Good. What makes this competitive? Well, because Bob Good, I guess, voted to oust Kevin McCarthy as Speaker, and there's always backlash, retribution in politics if you support somebody that is, if you support, if you go off in your own path and support somebody else, we'll put it, we'll put it that way. Then you're gonna be subject to some backlash, and Good is getting some backlash. He's in the Freedom Caucus though, for, as far as I can remember. So he's getting backlash. Kevin McCarthy, I think, has an issue with Bob Good, but then Steve Bannon endorsed Good. Trump endorsed John McGuire. So I would think Good would have an advantage as being the incumbent, but as of now, Good is trailing. Remember, there was an incumbent in Virginia who lost last decade, maybe about 10 years ago. That was an upset. I cannot think of the name. It escapes me right now, but for somebody would know in the chat who I'm talking about. Um, Dave Brott. Dave Brott was the winner. I That I remember. I can't remember who he defeated off the top of my head, but I think it was somebody in power. Minority Whip or something like that. Okay, so now we're back to Cow. So I was right. Well, at least getting a little bit of corroboration. Eric Cantor, that's the name. Yeah, Dave brought Cantor went down. That was an upset. So we figured that out pretty quick. But that was a big deal at the time. Cantor going down like that. Yep. Oh, Minority Whip. Okay, close enough. All right. All right, let's see. What do we got here? Okay, it's called for Cow. Wow, I mean, that could narrow up easily, but that is a fairly early call. Scott Parkinson flops here. I'm not even sure who Edward Garcia even is, but so far Cow is dominating. So that's an early night. Oh, now Parkinson quietly sneaks into second place. So we've got a Cow and Kane matchup. That I would say is borderline likely safe. You could put it at either. I can understand either rating on that. Majority, I was wondering, was it majority at the time? But I figured, okay, yeah, well, we teamed up. We got that figured out. Yeah, Cantor took an L to Dave Brott. That was like a shockwave upset, but that was a while ago. Uh, yeah, it's called here. Ow. Senior Scoops, thanks for showing up. Nice to have everybody here. We've got one call, actually two calls. We've got actually three. There it is. Wayne Johnson defeats Chuck Hand. He is going to face Sanford Bishop in November. And Bishop, the longtime incumbent in this Southwestern district, Bishop is favored to say the least. So we've got some early calls here. And 10th District Dem primary. Wow, Eileen Filler Corn, fourth place. Yeah, then Brad, yeah, he did not last too long. It was such a big thing at the time, and then he got taken out. Yeah, I can't remember exactly. Spanberger's probably sounds right in the seventh. And yeah, that's kind of when Republicans started losing those more suburban type of districts. I'm not even really familiar with this person here. I actually want to look this up. State Senator. Okay. This is the leader right now, State Senator from the 32nd District. That is definitely Nova. So we'll see if that pans out. At Republican side, Mike Clancy See if we can get some background about him. Lawyer. Oh, candidate in 22, but not the nominee, I'm guessing. Yeah, there's Hung Kao pulling in 46.7. Clancy got in fourth place in 22. So he's looking to be the nominee this time. And looks like he's far and away the front runner. That I would think should be called if he's at 61% with 51% in. But nothing in Prince William. And on these congressional districts, yeah, a lot of times it does matter which part of the district you're from. Sometimes that can, we've seen that before, where somebody's from one county and they dominate that county, but then they completely get wiped out in the rest of the district. Eugene Vindman here, twin brother of Alexander Vindman, who was notable a few years back. So we've got McGuire here holding on to under a 10-point lead. Thanks for doing. Hey, no problem, Matt Rogers. Thanks for showing up. I mean, glad people enjoy the streams. I wish more people would enjoy them. Be nice to get 50, 60, 70 people. But if we only have 15, 20, then that's fine. It's not the biggest primary night there is. You jumping the gun. Very curious about the governor's race in Virginia. Likely the elect. Yeah, that's true. You can't really call that. If Biden were able to win, it could stay red. That much more likely. If Trump were able to win, then it could be Abigail Spanberger as your next governor there. The Republican side, who knows? Could be Sears, could be Jason Miyares. Those are probably the highest profile. I think Sears has an advantage in early polling if she were to go for it. It feels like Youngkin just got in there the other day, but no, he's down to almost a year left. Yeah, Spanberger got in early, but Sears, is she going to get in? Let's see. These other districts, none of these are really that interesting, but this is the big one here. Narrows up a little bit. Good is making a little bit of a comeback. Only 3% in here for the Dems in the 7th. Still waiting on one more race here in Georgia, the 3rd. That's really probably the most critical race because that's the open seat, even though it's a red leading district for sure. So again, everybody, appreciate you showing up. It's another stream. Every once in a while we do them. We usually go for a while. Sometimes a lot of regulars show up. Sometimes we get new people. We had people from all over stop in, different countries even, which is surprising to think that people in other countries would be interested in this channel. It's a small channel, but trying to expand slowly but surely. Okay, McGuire gets that lead back, or that margin back, almost 9 to 10%. And I think this will be an opportunity to take a quick 1 minute break. We'll put up the fifth while we're waiting. Be back in just a moment, real quick. All right. So, which races is everybody taking a look at here? I assume this is the big one. We've got Oklahoma coming up. Top of the hour. Sure, we've got a lot of people that are lurking in the background. That usually happens. But it has gotten a little quiet. That makes it easier to read every comment and follow what's happening. But this is probably the marquee race. Is the incumbent good going to be able to hold on? We'll find out soon enough. All right. Georgia is almost completely over. Now, Georgia does have some state legislator runoffs. So if you're into local Georgia races, super local, they're right here on the bottom. And we've got, apparently, there's a Democrat Kemp in Georgia running in this state Senate seat. Gotta love that. Maybe he's distantly related to Governor Brian Kemp. Only one of these races here is an incumbent in the state legislature. That's this one right here. All right, let's see. How many people watch you that are in the politics industry besides myself? You never know who's lurking. I mean, I don't think anybody's explicitly mentioned that. I would be surprised too. I'm already surprised as it is, given how the channel is relatively small, I would say. We've come a long way, though, from humble beginnings to 3,100 subscribers. It has slowed up, though, the last month, though. Not sure why that is. Yeah, I've had somebody from Chile some people from Europe, and that's in the streams. I know the comments, you know, there's no way to remember all the comments, but it is surprising to get some explicit comments from other countries. I don't know how excited I am, but Oklahoma's fourth is really the only one that I think is on the radar if Tom Cole can hold on here against Paul Bonder. That'll be coming up in about 18 minutes. Other than that, there's no Senate race, there's no governor's race. So that's what we're looking at there in Oklahoma. And a 4-point lead here for McGuire over Good. And only 4% still here in the seventh. They are really kind of dragging their feet here for the Dems. And not much is changing here in Georgia's third. Brian Jack still holding a significant lead here over Mike Dugan. And we've got a call here in the 10th on the Republican side. It's Mike Clancy, who got in fourth place just 2 years ago. He's going to be the nominee. Crowded field here for the Dems. And I've not looked up the pronunciation of this name, so it would be a lot easier for me if Dan Helmer wins or takes the lead for a while. And look at Eileen Filler-Corn, former Speaker of the House, only fifth place. Brian Kemp, yeah. Brian Kemp is running in the state legislature, yeah. Will Brian Kemp run against Ossoff in 26? I know people have asked that, and it's a little bit off still, because we got to get through 24. Then we'll have a little bit of an idea about 26. But will he run? I guess if I had to pick, I'd say he would. He's going to be pressured into it for sure, because if it's not Kemp, um, it's going to be tough for the Republicans to flip that seat. Even with Kemp, it's going to be tough. But without Kemp, it just seems like that's going to be a hold, especially if Trump won. If Trump won, then without Kemp, there's no chance. Because I would expect if Trump won, for there to be kind of a blue leaning environment in 26. That's usually what happens in politics. Somebody finally gets full control, and it only lasts for a couple of years, and then the other side is energized and the pendulum keeps swinging. Yeah, I wouldn't want to speculate on the background of his name, but it could be Indian, could be Indonesian. Sure. All right, we've got it under 2% here for John McGuire. At least we've got an exciting race to watch here. And Hung Kao still in the mid 60s. 14 minutes for Oklahoma. And again, next week, we've got 4 states: Colorado, New York, Utah, and a South Carolina runoff. So that's going to be probably more notable than tonight. Because New York, a lot of races. Okay. Polish names are hard to pronounce. I mean, I guess it depends. I mean, a lot of different names have letters that are silent, and you might not know that. So, yeah, that could be difficult. I'm not sure which names have the most difficulty to pronounce and the most silent letters, but yeah, I've seen some where, yeah, I would have no idea how to pronounce them, but I can't limit it to just one specific country. Okay, the seventh district here is very slow for the Dems, only 5% in. So this is pretty much the race to take a look at then. Plenty of counties have not reported anything yet. Hmm. The 11th, haven't really looked at that one yet, but yeah, that has nothing in. Hate to see that kind of a delay. Um, just finished closing your precinct in Virginia 7th in Orange. I mean, 2-1 for Hamilton. Low population, though. There it is right here. Okay. Yeah, there's nothing here. Nothing in Orange County, Virginia. But hey, that if you're from there, that's great. It's always great to have people on the stream with the results coming in at the same time. Yeah, Kyle doing that well is surprising. I mean, yeah, we're it's not even close. I mean, there is a lot of candidates here, but the fact that he's way over 50%, that's surprising. I mean, he's over 60. I didn't think it would be that much, but I guess in a primary and in an open primary here, or an open seat as far as the Republicans are concerned, to challenge Kane, it's wide open on their side. I guess sometimes you get these crazy results that you're not expecting. But yeah, I didn't think Kyle would get that much. Yeah, good to have somebody on the ground floor in Virginia right here. The precinct is 78 Hamilton to 31 Anderson. Okay. And of these candidates, what are we looking at for these candidates? That's, I think, the question. We've got a Anderson attorney and candidate in 22. We've got Hamilton defense contractor. Anderson's got the Cotton endorsement. Hamilton's got the Rand Paul endorsement. And hey, there's Dave Brott right there. So I'm not exactly sure who people are preferring here. There's kind of a split here. but I would guess Hamilton looks a little bit less establishment. But maybe that'll flip then, if that's what we're hearing on the ground here. If Hamilton has some votes in the pipeline, yeah, I mean, once you're in the 60s, no need to worry about even if there were runoffs. Yeah, Hamilton Freedom Caucus endorsed, Anderson the leadership endorsed. Yeah, that seems to be confirms what we are just taking a look at. Hung can do it. You take out Tim Kaine. I I'm not thinking that Kaine is in danger, but we'll see. I mean, yeah, Hung Kao has a couple of months to start getting his campaign rolling, and then we'll be right in the midst of deep into the election season. But if Kaine went down, then I'm assuming Larry Hogan is also one at that point. He would have gotten Trump endorsement if he did almost 100%. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how much weight the Trump endorsement has. It seems like it usually has weight. Sometimes not that much, but usually it has some weight. As McGuire now has a little bit of a lead now. And it's called for Brian Jack, and George is third for the Republicans. So Brian Jack, he's the winner to replace Drew Ferguson. Okay, Anderson is. How many precincts are in? Yeah, Virginia 7. Anderson is not establishment. He's your candidate. He grew up in the district and went to the same college as me. I see. Okay, we've got Danville County, Virginia, looks like a star. This is the okay, I this should probably be an independent city and not its own county. Virginia has independent cities to make things even more complicated. That's my assumption here. Yep, Hong Kong maintaining a 63% support here. And we're waiting on the fifth. That's the major race to take a look at. So not a ton of action here, but 41% in. We're gonna see what happens. So again, thanks for everybody showing up for a stream. Hopefully everybody likes and subscribes, shares the stream, whatever you want to do to support the stream, the channel. We're doing it again. Did one last week. Might do one next week. And I know everybody has busy lives and schedules. I certainly do. I'm sure everybody does. So squeezing in a little bit of stream time is much appreciated. There are more important things out there than the stream. I can admit that. Okay, Stafford County in the 7th hasn't reported results, but Anderson has the local officials endorsing him here. Okay. Yeah, it's not overwhelming here for Anderson. I mean, it's about a 10-point lead, but got 95% in here in Spotsylvania. That's always a amusing name. So we're about 3 minutes here from Oklahoma. See what happens there. Maybe the 4th district has an upset, but I'm guessing not. Scott Parkinson now in 2nd place. Not that it really matters. Yeah, Hung Kao with a massive win here. And now a little bit of a narrowing here in the 5th. McGuire, his lead slips very slightly. And in the 10th here, again, it's already called for Mike Clancy on the Republican side. The Democrats, it's actually 54% in. Big lead here. And it's not Dan Helmer. It is Suhas Subramanian. Something like that. I'll get it right for the future if he's the nominee. And McGuire now 70%. Was there just a gigantic vote dump and we just missed all of it? Wow, did that just happen in that like 15 seconds? Or is there some kind of tabulation error? Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Are you gonna have to go? All right. Check out. Hey, that I'm assuming I'll do a results video. It's easy to just put one out real quick because yeah, these streams really take a lot of effort. But yeah, take care of your work. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. But yeah, look at this 5th district. It's just just like a minute ago, it was like a 5-point lead. Now it's a 60, 40, 70, 30, 40 points. What happened? How could it jump in no time at all? So it happened right before I swapped. Wow. Wow, that is stunning. I thought we were looking at a close race, but now we got a 40-point lead. Well, that's it then. This is over. How is Good gonna come back? I mean, was that all same day voting? And Good just had none of it? That's pretty wild. Okay, now wait a minute. Now it just completely reverted. Now it's back to where we were. Okay, that had to be a tabulation error. That may nope, maybe not. Now it's back again? Oh, this is too crazy. This is completely wild stuff. Who knows what it is now? This just doesn't make sense. Let's see. Maybe we'll have some better luck here in Oklahoma because now the polls have closed. And now this fifth district back again to somebody is tampering with New York Times at least. That just did not make any sense for it to lurch 30, 40 points like that. Now it's back to a 5 point race for McGuire. We'll see how fast Oklahoma gets their results in. But we've got some wild results here in the fifth. Oh, absolutely. These numbers are way, way all over the place. It was like 3 or 4 changes in just a few minutes. We have seen some tabulation errors on our streams. We've seen Chris Christie in the lead, I remember, in New Hampshire or some state. It's been a couple of things. All right, now we've got a little bit of a gap narrowing here. McGuire's still in the lead by 4 to 5%. Ooh, we've got another person from Virginia here in the seventh. You voted for Cow and Anderson, supporting your fellow Spotsylvania. Wow, I was just mentioning, yeah, very amusing county. That's it's a great name. Oklahoma, Christie led. Oh, oh, is that right? Okay. Yeah, there was something like that. Maybe it was Oklahoma. Great to have everybody here on the stream, though. Again, even if maybe this is your very first stream, maybe you've been here for 4, 5, 6 of them. Try to do them once in a while. Hopefully, we get a big enough crowd to sustain a stream. I know there's more important things out there. I know this is not exactly a ton of action happening tonight. But we've got 34 people. That's decent. Hope everybody's having a pretty good night here. Political landscape, USA. This is Virginia's seventh right here. And we're going to go back to the fifth because that's probably the bigger race. There's pretty much all U.S. House action. Hung Kao already secure nomination for the Republicans in that Senate race. Massive lead for Cow. And then we're looking at this race here. Incumbent Bob Good is trailing John McGuire, 44% of the vote in. In the 7th, we've got Vindman for the Dems with a pretty comfortable lead here, over 50%. Derek Anderson for the Republicans is at 46. Cameron Hamilton is in the high 30s. And then in the 10th, Mike Clancy, nominee for the Republicans, waiting on the final results here for the Dems, but Suhas has a medium advantage here over Dan Helmer. And then Georgia's already called. These 3 races are done. You can see the results right here. The VPAP website has those big 70-30, then back. Okay. Yeah, that's a good resource for everything Virginia. Didn't pull it up on here. Just didn't think there was enough there, but I don't know what those swings were about. That was completely weird, to say the least. And now it's down to a 4-point margin. We've seen this before. It was down to 4 for McGuire maybe 15 minutes ago. Still got some counties that have 0. That's going to be potentially the deciding factor. How about Oklahoma? Nothing yet. Oh, we've got the uncontested races have been called here in Oklahoma. But appreciate everybody showing up. Even if it's for 5-10 minutes. It's always good to have a big crowd on a stream. Whatever a big crowd actually is, it's going to be relative. But we're doing it again. The big race here is probably this 5th, because this is an incumbent here that's in danger. Bob Good. And a very slight narrowing again. Now it's under 4%, excuse me. But it's getting just a little bit more narrow. You can see here, I mean, both candidates in the 6,000s, so not a ton of votes separating them. That narrowed up a little bit more. Now we're down to 400 votes for McGuire. So this is getting pretty dicey. Let's see if Hung Kao, did he win everything? Well, it's not all in yet, but I'm not seeing anywhere he did not win or is leading. Yeah, with a 64% lead, I would guess that should be enough. Probably in almost every county, if not all of them, unless Scott Parkinson has a strength in 1 or 2 counties. All counties of Oklahoma voted for Trump in 2020. I think that happened. That and West Virginia, I believe. All of them went red. So it's getting close here for McGuire and Good. Still got some counties that have nothing reporting yet. And it's called for Vindman here, Eugene Vindman. That was expected. He's going to be the nominee in the 7th district to replace Abigail Spanberger, who is retiring to run for governor of Virginia next year. So Vindman is the nominee. Republicans were waiting, but Derek Anderson has a little bit of a lead here. It's a blue leaning district. Vindman is going to be the favorite, but it's not overwhelming. There are some other races here in the other districts. Missy Smemasol. That is a kind of a funny last name. This should be the Jen Kiggins seat for held by Republican Jen Kiggins. Okay. And look at that. Bob Good has just taken probably his first lead, I think, that we've seen here all night over McGuire. It's only by 8 votes, but hey, Red Legion, nice to stop in here. Great job, Virginia. You picked, yeah. So here we go. Cue the suspenseful music. We've got Bob Good has pulled the incumbency card, and he's in first place now. At the beginning of the stream, I said I would guess he would narrowly win. Up until a moment ago, I didn't want to emphasize that because he was trailing, but at this point, I could say that is what I went with. But again, it's going to be so close. I don't know. Both of them have a lot of endorsements. They're stacked. I was surprised to see this district get a lot of action here for an incumbent. Okay, is that what we mean here? Vindman in the 7th. He's the nominee. Gotcha. He's gonna potentially replace Abigail Spanberger, but he has to win in November. That's not a guarantee, but he's gonna have the advantage. Let's see, Oklahoma. We've got, here it is, 6% in. Incumbent Tom Cole, big lead over Paul Bonder. Uh, Not a Republican fan. I get it. Um, Not sure who you're rooting for then in the other districts. Here's the other Oklahoma results. Let's go back here to the 5th. And it's almost tied again. 40 vote advantage for Bob Good. And it narrows even more. 33 vote advantage. 56% of the vote is in. I don't think there's been any incumbents that have been defeated yet. There's been some that have retired, but in these primary season this year, we had Garrett Graves, who announced he's going to retire, but appeared defeat for either side going down to the primary. Usually there's always somebody who gets defeated. Up, and now look at this, McGuire back in the lead. That was a big boost for McGuire there. It's got to be tense here if you're both of these candidates. Meanwhile, yeah, for the Democrats, Gloria Witt. Can't say I know anything about her, but 57%. Only 28% of the vote in there. Let's take a look at Oklahoma again. Nothing has been updated. Got a call here in the 3rd district. Frank Lucas, the incumbent. Minor opposition. And in the 7th, it's narrowed up just a little bit, but still an advantage for Derek Anderson. Back to the 5th, we've got McGuire with a very, very slight vote dump. And it has gotten a little quiet. Hopefully everybody's still doing well out there. It's a Tuesday evening. It's not the best time to get a stream going, but hey, this is when the results come in. Let's see if there's any updated news. Nope, we've got... Oh no, we do have here. This is the Vindman winning it. Okay, and yep, there's a debate here they're mentioning between Jamal Bowman, George Latimer. It's going to be a big one next week. Although Bowman looks like he's headed for defeat. Again, here's the upcoming schedule real quick. We can glance at that. Got Colorado, New York, Utah, and a South Carolina runoff. Then we've got nothing for a while, and then we've got conventions. Four-point advantage here for John McGuire, the challenger to Bob Good, who voted to oust Kevin McCarthy as Speaker. And now Good has made a little bit of a gain. It's a 2-point race. Less than 500 votes. And here is Oklahoma, the 4th. And right now, it looks like Tom Cole it has a cakewalk here to victory. But there's only 11% in. it really got super quiet here. At some point, you have to wonder if it's even working, but everything seems to be working from my end. So what's everybody looking at? What are the key races? What do we got coming up? How about that debate coming up in a week and a half? Could that change the trajectory of this race? 79% in. McGuire with a 3% lead. A couple counties have nothing in. Yeah, I assume it is working, but I mean, there's plenty of other people out there that might have a question or comment, and it's gone silent. So is McGuire gonna hold on? This would be an upset, I guess. It'd be an upset because Good is gonna go down as the incumbent, but it's too early to say. We've still got some counties that have nothing in. 5 of them. And Oklahoma. Okay, now coal is under 70%. It's called in the first here for Kevin Hearn, who is at 86. Token opposition, pretty much. Okay, we've got a little bit of a gain for Bob Good. And it's another gain. Now it's narrowed up again. Good is again closing the gap. We've seen him on top once or twice. 93%. Less than a 2-point advantage for McGuire. Hung Kao really, he did well all over. I guess there's a couple of counties where he's under 50%, but he's over. He's at 79 in Loudon. And he ran in that 10th district, which is kind of Northern Virginia, so maybe he does a little bit better there against Tim Kaine. So it's a showdown here. Trump has apparently endorsed McGuire. So if he narrowly wins, you might be able to attribute it to the endorsement. Couple other races we're still waiting on. Let's go back to Oklahoma. Not much has changed. How about in Georgia? How about the state legislator here? We've got these races. There's a couple of close ones still outstanding. And Oklahoma does have their state legislator going on. A lot of House districts. So we're in a mid to late June primary here. You might remember if you were around here for the Iowa caucus stream earlier in the year. And time flies. Now we're in June already, coming up on July. And we still have more questions than answers for this upcoming election. We got polling today. To glance at this, we've got something out of New Mexico here. Finally, an updated New Mexico poll from PPP. And it's a 7-point lead here for Biden. That would be a reduction from 2020 when it was just into double digits. Other than that, we've got same old stuff pretty much for the head-to-head matchup. It's either tied or Trump has a 1 or 2 point lead, or maybe Biden has a 1 point lead, at least in the national popular vote. Is there more turnout? The Dem primaries in the 5th. Well, they're not all at the same amount called. We've only got 38% in here for the Dems, and they're at 12,700. The Republicans are now we're at more than 95% in it. They're at 29,400. So it's hard to compare it when there's such a disparity with the number of votes that are in. But right now, McGuire, more than 95%. But there's still a little bit with two counties, two places have nothing. To me, it seems like this is not more than 95%. It seems like there's just less than 95% in. A couple of these counties are under 50%, and this has zero, and this has zero, and this has 59. This seems to me more like 70 or 80% of the vote in. Maybe 85, but as of right now, it looks like McGuire is holding steady. But yeah, the Dems, I don't even know if this stopped counting, but it's still only 38%. But they do have a good amount of votes. 12,700. And if we go back to last year, or 22, we got Bob Good here, who he won with over 57% of the vote. So that's a 15-point gap for Bob Good. So the general election, even if he should be, any Republican should be able to win, theoretically. And in the 7th here, it's still a lead for Derek Anderson for the GOP. They're awaiting, or Vindman is awaiting one of these two on the Republican side. Still got King George County has 0% in. Spotsylvania with more than 95%. It's going to Anderson, 57%. About Oklahoma, it's a little bit more narrow here for Tom Cole, but nothing too dramatic. Okay, and McGuire with a little bit of a bump there. So we've got a few races still outstanding. The 10th here for the Dems, the 7th here for the Republicans, and then the 5th here for the Republicans. And it's narrowed up a little bit now. Again, Bob Good gains a little bit on John McGuire. It just seemed like there was less than 95% of the vote in. It seemed like that was a little bit premature. Hey, there's not much else we could take a look at here. Again, the 4th district in Oklahoma. That's the one that's potentially the most competitive, but although right now it does not look like it's competitive. And now it goes down to 94% of the vote in. Now that makes a little bit more sense. So they got ahead of themselves, as I just said. It seemed premature. Now it's down to 91. Okay. Maybe they heard me before saying 80, maybe 85%. You read a story about a random astrologist from India who said World War III would start today. Okay. I mean, I don't buy that kind of stuff, really. There's always somebody every once in a while that says some event is going to happen, the world's going to end. I mean, you got to take that with a grain of salt. 92% in now. Yeah, they must be watching this thing, and now we're down to 88. Okay. It, making a lot more sense. We've seen some crazy things, though. We saw it lurch like 30%, like 3 or 4 times in a matter of minutes. We saw that earlier. Okay, is it mainstream? I haven't heard it. I mean, there's probably so much out there that I'm not able to catch in time, but so far it looks like we're in the clear. I didn't hear that a war started today, but depends on how you define start as well. I assume starting means, serious hot war action. And now we're down to 84%. Crazy how this thing is. Okay, Anderson, yeah, 82. How about the 10th? Not much change here. It's called for Tom Cole. Incumbent Tom Cole is the winner. Paul Bondar did not really get anything going. Um, Not that it was really supposed to be that close, but out of all the races, that was supposed to be probably the most high profile. But so far, it's a flop. So stay tuned here for this 5th congressional district. This is not over yet. It looked like it was done with this 95% plus, but now we're down to 84. I did not see that comment. I don't know if it was on a video or in this chat, but either way, I missed it. I mean, I've been pretty swamped the last several days. Some comments are slipping through because it's just I can't get to all of them. But who's stronger? I really don't know. I'm not sure. I have to. That would take a little bit more research to differentiate those two. I mean, Kane has that running mate appearance for Hillary, and that might. I don't know if that helps him or hurts him. You know, a lot of these guys were governor as well. Warner though almost went down in that close race to Gillespie back in 14. I don't know. They're both probably good enough. They've got adequate experience. I'd have to look more into the specifics. Newton, I'm not sure which Newton we're talking about. Uh, Tim Kaine is more liked. Is he? Okay. You clear the video a little more. I There's nothing I can really do. That could just be your bitrate thing. I mean, all I can do is make it bigger, unless my own stream is having a little bit reduced quality at the moment. But in general, it should be um, it should be pretty good quality. It should be 1080, and I don't see any indication that I have anything going on with the stream. Yeah, it says it's good on my end, and I've never heard anything before, unless there's a temporary blip. I would maybe recommend, doing the standard refresh. Take a look at your the quality within YouTube. Is there an update on? Okay, still 41% here for the Dems. Oh, okay. I must have missed it on the stream. Either I missed it or it didn't pop up. I usually am able to capture all the comments unless there's occasionally where it's pouring in. And now we're down to 78%. Well, they really blew it on the tabulation here. All right, so I'm hearing the video is fine, so that it's probably going to be more a specific issue for you if your video is not clear. I hope we get that fixed. Sounds good. Good to hear that it's all going well. Yeah, I'm not sure what kind of delay there is, or if it varies from person to person. I don't think I have a delay set myself. Anyway, so Oklahoma is pretty much over, unless you're into the state legislature here. We've got some action here. Not all of these are uncontested. And Georgia pretty much finished up a while ago, except also for the state legislature. A few races outstanding here. 10th district for Virginia. For the Dems, still 80% in. Still a 5-point advantage here for Suhas. Mike Clancy already the winner for the GOP. The 7th, we've got 92% in. We've got Derek Anderson leading Cameron Hamilton by 7%. And Vindman is the winner for the Dems to replace Abigail Spanberger, who again has decided to run for governor of Virginia next year. So we're down to the 5th district. That's the big one. Several people that came to vote in Virginia 7, thinking they would be voting for McGuire. Orange borders the northern end of VA 5. Okay. Ask why the Democrats' results are so slow. That there's no way I can answer that. We've seen that in other states where one side is way farther ahead and the other side is not. I mean, there's just something's going on with that sequence of events where the one side is slow. And I hate to see it. It's weird where one side is 10, 20, 30% higher. But they must be having some issue along the way. It's pretty generic, but I don't want to speculate too much. Sometimes there could be more mail-in types of ballots. Maybe they're take more time to look through. A lot of things depending on the state, depending on the race. Okay, the 7th now dropping down to 80. Which, yeah, that seems to make sense because, yeah, we've still got outstanding vote here. Down to 80%. So VA is giving us some crazy results as far as the tabulation goes. 79% in here in the 5th. How about Hong Kao? He's sinking, but barely. And we're up to 81%. We've got a 3-point advantage here for McGuire. Filler Corn bumped up to 4th. There you go. That's the highlight for her. Congrats. She's in 4th. Former Speaker of the House. It seemed like Dan Helmer was going to be the favorite here. He had fundraising, but or he had yeah, he had I believe he had a ton of funding. Right now he's not getting it done. He's only at 26.4. But this is a crowded field here. So Dan Helmer is leading outside of Loudon. And Loudon has 95% in, and that's where Helmer is doing his worst. So it looks like there's 0 in here. It looks like Helmer has some vote out here. Outstanding. It looks like Helmer stands to gain a little bit. Now, is it going to be more than 4%? Maybe not, but he's probably going to go up a little bit more if these results are accurate. Yeah, after redistricting, a lot of people, they might have the lines change in their own town, and might take some getting used to. Apart from Ohio, Montana, West Virginia, what state is the most likely to flip in the Senate? Well, that's 3 states right off the board. But after that, I know then it's going to be a scrape. It's either going to be Nevada or Michigan. I would say. Then I would say Wisconsin, but I would say Nevada or Michigan. I mean, that's pretty much what anybody would probably say anyway. That's not a bombshell prediction, but probably those two. It's not going to be Pennsylvania. That I think would be down another tier. Yeah, Filler Corn doing poorly. Didn't she resign suddenly? I think she did. She just suddenly resigned, from what I can recall, when she was in the legislature in the House. So I'm not sure if there's more going on behind the scenes. I haven't kept up with her personal life. And Oklahoma, yeah, we can check here once in a while, but there's not much going on. Let's see, any news here? We've got the race between Bob Good, chairman of the House Freedom Caucus, and his Trump endorsed hard right challenger. They always throw in these descriptors like that, but it's tighter than expected. The bitter primary has split the MAGA universe. Well, I don't really characterize things like the way this person does, but hey, that's what people do. Too close to call. They expect a recount while the good camp. He waits on provincial and absentee ballots. All right. Okay. Georgia usually never have any noticeable redistricting changes. I mean, I'm sure you go back enough, there's going to be some. Look at VA7 and hilarious part, Albemarle County, far west. Huh. Yeah, look at that. One vote? 50% in with one vote? Dems have 2 votes. Yeah, that tiny part of that, but one vote, and it covers a good amount of. I mean, that's not a lot of space, but I would think there's more than one person that's going to vote in this entire piece of land here. It looks kind of like an appendix or something, just hanging off the end there. Chris Van Hollen claimed Larry Hogan was a MAGA candidate. I mean, I'm definitely not surprised. I think that comes off as desperate because nobody thinks that. I mean, Van Hollen's not even running against Hogan, but yeah, I mean, he's in the Senate there. But his that should not be his plan of attack. His plan of attack should just be going for the obvious, keep the balance of power with the Dems, and Hogan's another vote for the GOP, and he's a great governor, but he's not right for the Senate. That's what he should say. I mean, just say that he's just, if that's what he said. I haven't seen that, but that's that's what I would expect to see, but I doesn't really make a lot of sense. I don't know if that's going to land for voters there. Stupid redistricting move. They have to have a precinct open for them. They're a separate county. Yeah, that is weird. Oh, but two votes, one vote. I would think there'd be a few dozen people at least. Trump did endorse Hogan. Did he endorse Hogan? Like overtly? That could have happened easily. I missed a few things over the weekend, but even if he did, I mean, Hogan is known for not being a Trump style candidate. That's if there's one thing he's known for, it's that he's more moderate. I mean, Trump could come out and endorse also Brooks. Does that make her a Trump candidate? No. Okay. Yeah. Let's see. Where's the vote outstanding? It looks like Good has a little bit he can gain, I would think. There's vote outstanding here, and this is where Good has a lead. So it looks like he might be able to squeeze out maybe another a couple hundred votes or so if these margins held. And McGuire probably has just a little bit left he can go for as well, but not a ton. This district, though, this is fairly split. It's interesting. And in the seventh, not much of a change. So I think the big thing here is still this fifth district in Virginia. That was the big one early on, and here we are 2+ hours later, and we're still looking at this race. It is surprising Hung Kao just totally dominated. Fairfax, he's at 67. And he's up huge. Loudon, 79 he's got. They have 36 registered voters. Okay, that is. I wonder what the turnout here is tonight. 20, 25%? I mean, if it's only that one person showing up, then that's way, way less than that. But the turnout overall, I would expect to be probably 20 something. But maybe not. Maybe it's just really low. So every other race here in Virginia is called. We've got these three up still. It's a about 1,100 vote lead here for John McGuire. Less than 10%. Wow, that is pretty low. I could see for a runoff, this is the primary. You'd like to think it's going to get into the 20s. That's why it's just really hard to predict what's going to happen in November with mail in ballots and then with the turnout. I mean, we've seen special elections, we've seen primaries, but what's it actually going to be in the general election? Obviously, the turnout's going to be higher than 10%. It's just real tough to imagine who's actually going to show up and what are they going to be motivated by. Okay, it's an 80-20 Republican precinct. You read about Vermont's demographics. Shocks me. It's one of the bluest state. It's rural, most rural, and whitest in the country. Yeah, I mean, it goes to show, yeah, it's not all about race, but education, income, that's another factor. Culture, that's also a factor. But yeah, it is overwhelmingly blue, even though it used to be long time Republican state, as we've mentioned a few times here on this channel. But Phil Scott, liberal Republican, very liberal Republican. He's going to be going term number 5. That's impressive, whether you love him or hate him. I mean, 5 terms, even though they're only 2 years. You gotta respect a 5-term incumbent if he gets it done, which he probably will. It's quite decent early voting numbers for the county as a whole. All right, then does that mean not many people showed up on election day? I guess Anderson was announced the winner in the 7th. Let's confirm that. Yes, Derek Anderson is the winner here over Cameron Hamilton. They might want to wait for one more vote out of this county, but 90% in, it's going to be Anderson up against Vindman. And I would guess Vindman is going to win this thing. And it's probably it's not out of the question, but let's double check what Spanberger won last time. So she won by under 5%. That was supposed to be the red wave that didn't really materialize. Spanberger, even though it looks red here, all the people live in the blue parts. Spanberger wins by almost 5. So it's not impossible this could flip. It could. But the Vindman is going to be the favorite. Okay, now this just narrowed up here now for Good and McGuire. Trump endorsed Hogan. Okay. Phil Scott, also the most popular. Yeah, he's quite popular. It sometimes politics just amazes you, you know? Trump said he would like to see him win. Maybe I heard that part. If Hogan did win and Trump won, then you'd just see, I would guess you'd see a lot of battles between Hogan and the more establishment candidates. It'd be Hogan, Murkowski, and Collins, possibly doing what Sinema and Manchin did and taking down some legislation that might have passed otherwise. I remember when Trump endorsed in the Missouri U.S. Senate race in 22, he just endorsed Eric, and there were two Erics running, Greitens and Schmidt. So he kind of covered himself there by not picking one over the other. That was pretty funny. It's not supposed to be funny in endorsements, but that was pretty funny. You might remember that one. Spanberger's really liked. Vindman doesn't have any roots here. I don't think Vindman even lives here. Really? Well, that could be something, somebody, a carpetbagger that's probably going to be thrown around then if he doesn't actually live there. I think people hate to see that. But yeah, Spanberger seems like her going for governor is going to, that's going to be tough. But although we saw McAuliffe go down and he was the former governor, I thought he was pretty popular. Romney, I forgot about him. He's going to replace Romney and as the male Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins. Okay. Yeah, we've got that Utah Senate race coming up next week. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be John Curtis? Probably, but I assume Republicans are thinking anybody's going to be an upgrade over Romney. That's my guess. Even if it is Curtis, but we'll see what happens. And almost everything is wrapped up. We've got state legislature, though, still happening in Oklahoma as well as Georgia. Some runoffs down here. Where did you see Anderson being announced? That it's called here AP on New York Times. That's what I'm looking at. Uh, okay. I bet you think David Trone was if he spent 50 million, and he's probably pretty mad. It's embarrassing. Money doesn't always get it done. I mean, sometimes, a lot of times, it gives you a boost, and usually you're favored, but not every time. And Trone taking an L there is, that's embarrassing. All right, Dan Helmer has made a slight gain here as it looks like outside of Loudon, he should be gaining a little bit. That was probably not enough there for him, but he should gain a little bit theoretically if these margins hold. So about a 1,000 advantage, just under that. 990 for McGuire, 78% in. So still got some vote left. Garcia was a nice guy when you met him. You talk about Edward Garcia? Okay, sounds good then. Kyle won every county and city except Emporia. Yeah, 90%. I mean, look at this. Second place is 10.6. He doesn't need a runoff. Eddie Garcia, okay. Third place for him. I can't say I have followed him at all, but good to hear there's a nice guy out there running. All right, now it's down to an even 2% for McGuire. Still 78%. He had the least money running grassroots. Well, maybe he goes up from there. He uses that, goes into a different race. I'm not sure about his background. Maybe he was already in the state legislature, so maybe there's nowhere else to go. I like this. They've added the hundredths on here. We've got another digit. I don't think that was on there a second ago. Okay, and a plus 0 and minus 0. Okay, and now we've lost the hundredths of a digit. I kind of like that. That was kind of cool. Now we're just down to 0.5, but it's a one pointer. Now, these guys are sweating it out right now. That's guaranteed. Yeah, we could have a recount, I guess. Certainly, if it's less than a half a point, I would think that'd be happening. I'm not sure what the rules are for automatic recounts in this state. More Republican votes in the primary than Dems. Oh, McGuire goes up 1/10. 50,000 here. 18,000. Yeah, I wish this was the same amount in, but yeah, I mean, again, you could point that out. That's for sure. But how much bearing is that going to have on the general? I tend to think not enough. You don't think Hogan is as left as Murkowski or Collins? We will most likely have to cater to the more liberal Republican establishment to keep in favor with his base. Yeah, I mean, I would say that's mostly going to be accurate. Are there bears? I was just comparing the vote counts. Uh, they're bears. Oh, the seventh. All right. 33, 34. Okay. Yeah. 84-91. Maybe in the end it'd be Dems having more, but again, yeah, super low turnout. I don't know. I wouldn't make too much of it, but yeah. Yeah, this stuff does change pretty quickly a lot of times. And still 79% in. Yeah, I suppose if this ended a long time ago, I don't know what else we'd be taking a look at. So we've got a good showdown here, at least for a stream. So again, hope everybody's doing well this evening and you're having a reasonable day slash night. Hope everybody likes the stream, subscribe, share, donate, join, become a member if you feel like supporting the channel. You volunteered last election for Vega. You came up short. Waiting for a better with Anderson. Yeah, I did. I thought, yeah, in that midterm where it seemed like there was going to be some kind of a red wave, it did seem like Spanberger would have been at least in serious danger, if not going down. But that didn't happen. She held on by 4 or 5 points, whatever it was. All right, so what have we got? We've got nothing updated. I would assume this 10th district is going to get called here for the Dems pretty soon because I don't know how much is left out there for Dan Helmer. Vega is awesome. Glad you volunteered. What happened, or what did she end up going on to do in the last couple of years? You knocked on 1,000 doors. Well, sounds like you're intimately involved there in that campaign. But she wasn't enough to take out Spanberger. Okay, a little bit more vote coming in, but nothing has changed. More than a 1 point lead for McGuire. Vega endorsed Hamilton, and she came up and said, I gave you a hug. Wow. Said I could switch your pin to Hamilton anytime. Nice, yeah. Maybe she'll run again in the future. So we're pretty much only waiting on the 5th and the 10th. The 10th is less consequential. And Oklahoma is kind of done as well. %80 of the vote in. We're waiting on more to come in and see if we can get a result here. Yeah, that is pretty wild. If there, we've got two people from Virginia here tonight. I guess it tends to happen. Sometimes people show up for a stream if they're from that state. Hopefully, you enjoyed that video I put up a couple of months ago. The Virginia explained. Went through that for 2024. Not a fan of Spanberger. People need to read up on her. Yeah, she might be a future governor, Spanberger. That's certainly if Biden lost, if Trump won, I'd say her chances go up. This issue is what your district contains. City of Fredericksburg in the northern part of the district. It's where the focus needs to be. All right. And now it's been called here in the 10th. We've got a call. It's not Dan Helmer. It's Suhas Subramaniam. I'm going to have to read up on how to exactly say that, but state senator, I think. Uh, he's going to be the nominee in the 10th to replace Jennifer Wexton, who has declined to run, I believe, for health reasons. He's going to face Mike Clancy. Uh, yeah, Spanberger, 66 to 75% chance. I mean, it's super early, but now Biden wins, then I would say it's 50-50. But again, that's super early. Depends on if Sears runs or if she doesn't run. Good will probably win. Look at the ones with the lowest percent. Yeah, I mean, here's one from McGuire. I mean, he could get a little bit more out of that. There's not even half the vote in. It's going to be tough. Anderson's focus on infrastructure. It's great for the northern part of the district. Sounds good. Focusing on infrastructure. That should be a crowd pleaser, I suppose. Wexton has a form of Parkinson's. Okay. I probably heard about that. This is pretty much the last race to take a look at here, outside of some state legislator races. I mean, there's a ton of these happening here in Oklahoma. 1 point lead. Less than 600 votes. I don't know what it could get down to, but I don't know. I wouldn't want to be either of these guys right now. But yeah, it's always great to have people local in the stream. Next week we might get some Colorado, New York, Utah, South Carolina people. If there's a stream, there might be a stream. I can't guarantee it, but it's a possibility. So this is the last race outside of the state legislature. This is it, and it might go late. The count seems to have kind of slowed up a little bit. So yeah, there's not a whole lot else we could take a look at. So yeah, I don't know how long this is going to take. The Democrats are only at 57. Sometimes these percentages just sit there. Even the next day, they never really go up. So that's it. Here's Georgia again. This kind of wrapped up pretty quick. Wayne Johnson defeats Chuck Hand. Brian Jack wins against Mike Dugan. And that's an open seat in Georgia, the third district to replace Drew Ferguson. Brian Jack, pretty confident had that Trump endorsement. Again, I bring it up because sometimes that matters in a pretty red district. The 14th here, this is a red district as well, but the Democrats have Sean Harris. He's going to challenge Marjorie Taylor Greene, who either you love her or hate her. It's that kind of a person, but she's heavily favored to win, to say the least. Oh, here we go. And now it tightened again, and we've got the hundredths digit back on the board 50.2849.72. Still 81% in. Up now, look at this. Good on top. He's reclaimed the lead. It's been a while, but he's back on top. And it's by a little bit. He's got a several hundred vote cushion here. In case you missed it, only 156 of 303 precincts are in. Yeah, I don't think it says the precinct numbers. That might be on VPAP, but I don't have that up at the moment. Kind of just winging it here on the times. But good, found some votes. But theoretically, McGuire has a little bit to gain here. Well, waiting for the next vote dump. And in the meantime, again, we could see current polling today. We've got pretty much New Mexico. It's been a while since we've gotten something out of New Mexico, but we've got a public policy polling poll here. PPP has Biden up 7, 48 to 41. That's pretty much all we've got. Yesterday, I covered this Des Moines Register poll. Trump up 18. That is gigantic. And then we're waiting on the VP selection here for Trump, and Burgum on the markets is the leader. Vance is behind, and then Rubio. Tim Scott has slipped down to fourth place with Ben Carson at 9 cents. So that's what we're looking at here while we await some results. And we also have, there's a little bit of a vote dump. Slight reduction for Bob Good. And in the meantime, we could look at everything else is pretty much in Oklahoma. Everything is in here. We could look at the 538 model. Their updated model. Look at this. Trump 50, Biden 49. I mean, that's as close as it's going to get. I mean, they run this simulation 1,000 times, and they have Trump winning 503, Biden 492. No winner 5 times. So that is pretty wild stuff. And they updated this very recently. We've got Trump 270, Biden 268. Live in Wisconsin, my family always goes Republican, but it does not look great for Hovde. His nursing home comment hasn't registered well here. I'm going to have to take a look at that. Let's see. Well, I think Hovde, I mean, he already tried to run, or he did run back in the day, and he didn't win. So I think Baldwin is clearly a stronger candidate there, but I mean, hey, it's Wisconsin. It could be, anything could happen. But I think, yeah, wasn't Trump just there doing a rally or an event or something? Was that today, yesterday? There was news about it on here. Anyway, okay, here's a vote dump, and good, it goes up slightly. But yeah, Hovde, I thought Republicans were going to get somebody. Oh, that's live in Wisconsin, not live, by the way. We'll correct that. But yeah, they didn't get Gallagher. I don't know. Did David Clark say he's actually not going to run? Because he was thrown around for a while, his name. And they didn't get Tom Tiffany. They did not get somebody high profile. So they're going back to Hovde, which it doesn't seem like a great move, but who knows? Yeah, Hovde is the business guy running in for the U.S. Senate in Wisconsin. Yeah, Clark said no. Okay, officially. Yeah, last I heard, it was like he's maybe doing it still. Looks like this narrowed up again, I believe. Yeah, I mean, Wisconsin is a state Republicans should be putting up a good candidate. I mean, they had Ron Johnson winning, but now they've got to try to take down Baldwin. But that's going to be uphill. He's from California. Are we talking about Hovney? Well Hovney already ran back in 12, right? And he lost to Tommy Thompson, I think, in the primary. I would assume he was living there back then, or at least registered to vote there. Maybe that's why he lost to Thompson. But look at this, narrowed again, under a 200 vote lead for good. I think Wisconsin has a late primary. I think that's August or something. You could probably look here on the schedule at August 13th. We've got that. All right. I think we're all caught up on everything. This is pretty much the last race. 34 people here. Again, welcome if you're lurking or if it's your first stream, as Bob Good slightly gains on John McGuire. But yeah, we do try to stream once in a while. We usually go for several hours, cover all the action. And hopefully you're enjoying the stream and you like, share, subscribe, whatever you want to do to support the channel. If you're a fan, maybe you're not a fan at all. Maybe you hate watch this stream. It's always a couple people like that. %83% of the vote in. But back to this 538 model, they have Trump barely ahead now in the Electoral College. But in the Rust Belt, Biden wins all these. I mean, all the states of the Rust Belt. So, hmm, we'll have to see what happens. But this race is the whole reason the stream will be several hours. Yeah, but you know we want to cut it after only an hour, would we? Let's see. You always find it confusing how the three northern counties in Wisconsin go Dem was superior in the two next to it. Yeah, that is true. Way up there, there are three blue counties. Um, Ashland, I can't recall them off the top of my head. Douglas, probably another one. But yeah, those do go blue. They're not extremely blue, but they are kind of blue. I'm going to stream the June 25th primaries. I know there's a somewhat close primary, New York's 23rd, 22nd. Sorry. Probably. I'm going to try to do it, but I can't guarantee it. Uh, I wouldn't want to say there's going to be a stream and then it falls through. I mean, it could always fall through, even at the last minute. But I'd like to do it next week because I know I'm not going to be able to do it every week. But then after that, there's no primaries for a while. There's the conventions coming up. There's a debate coming up. But as far as the primary next week, I'm going to try to do it. So stay tuned for that because, yeah, we want to see some New York action as well as the other states. Primaries, they're all a big deal, but then by November, everything that happened in the primaries is usually forgotten about for the most part. All right, and we've got another vote dump. Bob Good goes up 0.1%, and McGuire goes down 1/10. Now, a lot of these good counties are kind of maxing out on the turnout, and some of these McGuire counties still have a little bit left. That's how it looks. So, especially here in Pennsylvania, it's not a huge lead for McGuire. It's only 8 points, but if 62% and maybe McGuire gets another 100 votes out of that, that's not going to close the gap all the way. Superior makes sense because of Duluth right next to it. Right, right. That is some decent population up there, right by Minnesota. $86 of the vote in. Let's go back here to 538. So yeah, I'm not sure exactly. They have Trump winning, getting 270, but on their forecast here, they have him losing the Rust Belt states and winning the other ones. So that would come out to 268 for Trump. But they have Biden at 268. So maybe I'm missing something here. We'll see what happens, but we follow in this model as we go. It looks like over the last couple of months, Biden had a small lead, and now he's slipped behind slightly. Here's the popular vote. This hasn't really changed that much. This has been Biden ahead by about 3 to 4, and now it's about 2 or so. Win probability. Just happy to eliminate Trump plus 30 counties surrounded by Trump plus 30. I think that's 30, 40. I can't even read that. Counties. Uh, oh, you're talking about Wisconsin? Okay. Well, good to see you interested in the stream here in the other states. There's a ton of Trump friendly counties out there. A lot of them are sparsely populated, but yeah, some of them are massive, massive Trump counties. It's kind of like the opposite of going into the extremely blue urban areas that are 90% against Trump. Shows you where the polarization is. All right, here's another small vote dump, and now this time John McGuire goes up 0.2, 86%. Do you think it's more likely New York Democrats are going to win more of the competitive House districts? And do you think that will tip the House majority toward, well, the Democrats should at least flip one of those seats. I haven't looked it up recently. I don't want to get the numbers wrong and the exact seats. So I'd have to look that up. I think Brandon Williams is, I believe, in the most danger. Um, I don't. I could be getting that all mixed up, but I'll have to try looking that up again and get brush up for next week. But it does seem like Democrats should at least flip one, maybe two seats. They should hold that Pat Ryan seat, and Molinaro should maybe be able to hold on. I'd have to again double check, but Democrats should probably at least get a seat. And they already flipped that George Santos seat on Long Island with Tom Suozzi. You live around a few Democratic counties, mostly Dougherty County, Georgia. I live in Deep Red, while you live in Deep Red Lee County. All right. Sounds good. And yet you made it here to this stream. I always wonder how people found the channel to begin with. Some people have been here a little while, maybe even over a year at this point. So it's always nice to have people on this small independent channel trying to get it up. You think Maine is the most likely state in the Northeast to flip? Trump would have to get 3 out of 4 electoral votes. More likely than New Hampshire. Yeah, there's been talk about Maine flipping being competitive. We've seen a couple of polls, not lately though. Those polls are several months old. And both candidates were in the 30s. I think a lot of that, as I've said in my video on those polls, is that that's a lot of Biden support that is just not enthusiastic for him. But by election day, those Biden voters are going to say they don't want to support, they want to support coming out against Trump. So they're going to come out against Trump. That's where Biden is going to get some of those voters that are on the fence about Biden. They're going to come out and vote against Trump. That's how I see it going. And then Biden should be able to win the state. I mean, easily, maybe even by more than 5 points. It could get under 5. That's a possibility. There's a shift there. It depends how many candidates are on the ballot. That's the other thing. But would it be more likely to flip than New Hampshire? That's a question for everybody to think about. The channel should have at least 100K subscribers. Yeah, well, what's that about? I mean, that's being obviously a little hyperbolic, but I mean, I almost have 1,000 videos. We're going to be coming up on that soon. 1,000 videos. And maybe half of those are pretty good, you know? But it hasn't translated into a ton of subscribers for whatever reason. Should be more than what it is. Okay, you subscribed to other channels and later got recommendations. That makes sense. I can see that happening. Well, I would think there'd be a bunch of other people like that as well. I mean, I've been doing this a long time now. What safe Republican state do you think is trending most towards Democrats for future elections? It could be Utah. mean, it's so red, but that's could be trending a little bit. That could be going bluer. That's a possibility with migration into the state. Montana as well. They do get people moving to that state. It's a state that could become a little less red over time, but I mean, we're just talking about would be a little less red. Yeah, Kansas is another one that's already been moving that way, and that's not extremely red, but it's red enough. It could it get under 10 at some point in the future? Yeah, it could. Other than that, a lot of these states are just very red of the obvious ones in the South. It all depends how you want to look at it. In 20 years, which of those states are going to be 5 to 10 points bluer? Yeah, I would guess potentially Utah, Montana, Kansas. Nebraska also is a. Oh, look at this. John McGuire has taken the lead from Bob Good. And this has been back and forth. This is a pure horse race. 88% of the vote in. He's only ahead by 2/100ths of a point and 8 votes. Hey, get your popcorn ready for this. This is going down to the wire. That's probably came in from Pennsylvania where McGuire was ahead, but oh, this is getting pretty spicy. 8 votes. 8 votes out of 59,848. This is probably the most exciting race we've done on a stream. Uh, and this is only in the primary. It's so exciting it has completely shocked the chat. What inspired me to talk about politics in the first place? Well, uh, the simple answer is going to be redistricting. That's what I first wanted to talk about. Primarily because during redistricting a couple of years ago, I was wondering, as John McGuire has a slight boost there, I was wondering why no one was really reviewing the maps. No one was really talking about them. Um, and I was following them, and some of them I thought were unfair. Some of them I thought were overhyped, how unfair they were. And I thought, well, let's take a look at this. So that's how those are the videos I initially was doing for months. And I covered the primaries also 2 years ago. So that's the main thing that got this thing off the ground. Now, hardly anybody watched those videos over 2 years ago, but it was mostly redistricting. Districtor, yeah, I have used that. Not lately because I haven't taken a look at redistricting since it's kind of fizzled out. I know there's a few court cases still out there, but I have used it in the past. Yep. And on top of all that, you want to see what happens if you've got an idea for a channel, or maybe it's just you want to just get out there and see what happens. You're never going to know if you don't try it. So, so here we are. 87% in. So yeah, over 950 videos. Uh, the quality has improved a little bit, obviously, since the beginning. Maybe it's improved a lot. Certainly, the audio has gone up. Okay, that was a year later that they got recommended. Well, that's unfortunate. I mean, it could be a keyword thing. But even if it's not, it's still I'm good. Makes a gain there. Anybody searching for redistricting videos, I would think they would come across this channel because I mean, I've reviewed every state, 44 maps, I believe. I've ranked them, I've reviewed them. I mean, some of those videos are only a minute or two long because it's hard to make a 7-minute video if nobody's gonna, there's no audience. Surprised the Oregon governor's race almost went Republican. Yeah, though, is that gonna be on some ballot or they? I know those some of those counties have wanted to join the Greater Idaho movement or whatever it is, but that race was pretty close. But Tina Kotek, is she the partisan lean of the state? Put her over the top. Christine Drazen came up short. That's probably my number one miss uh, for my prediction. I had that going to Kotek the whole time. At the very end, I changed it to Drazen, but I would like to take that one back because I think the day I put that up, the final like two polls came out like the day before the election and showed Drazen down and Kotek up, and it was kind of a three-way race with Betsy Johnson, I believe that's her name, but yeah, maybe you could say abortion is the issue there, where if that didn't come up, Republicans maybe would have gotten 1% better in some of these states, and they could have flipped a couple governor's races. Possibility. Nobody's going to know for sure. Um, what did Trump have against Bob Good? I My guess is that um, Trump would wanted to keep McCarthy in as speaker, and because McCarthy got taken down partially by Good, then Trump turned against Good. That's what I'm going with. The 2022 midterm retirement video only has 4 views. I think I looked that up maybe a month ago, and I think I did go back to some of those old ones, and I was pretty stunned how some of them had just no views. It's kind of astounding. Now it's not the greatest video, I get that, but four. I was gonna make one for this year, but I decided, you know what, that's probably not gonna get a lot of views. I did make one, but I did the montage. You might have seen that video, the retirement montage for the house. I thought that was a better approach to take, to do put a music on, do a slideshow kind of thing. But yeah, it's embarrassing looking at some of the view counts on these. It took a while to start getting views. There were months without a lot going on. So to the few people who were into the channel the first 3, 4, 5 months. Well, that's very impressive. Even in the midterms, I did stream for the midterms in 22. It's on there if you want to take a look at it. Not a lot of people there for that. I think at that time we had about 300 to 400 subscribers. Everyone seems to be writing off Colorado as safety, but every metric primary vote polling, the fact that they tried booting Trump, I can see it flipping over what some call New Mexico as the battleground. Yeah, Colorado just seems to have just been no success for the Republicans ever since Cory Gardner. They tried to run Joe Day for the Senate last time. He did nothing. And the state Senate, the House, it's just it Republicans have flopped hard there. Um, I could see it getting closer, but getting under 10, I don't know. I mean, there's been a one or two polls that did show it under 10, but again, that's pretty early. 15 counties, I believe, but Idaho hasn't commented on it. Yeah, anytime there's any kind of thing or secession or breaking off, starting your own state, usually that's viewed unfavorably by anybody outside of it. Generally, it'd be too hard to get any steam going on that for real. I mean, outside of the area in question. Will the Democratic governor for North Carolina help Biden a little on the presidential level? Uh, Josh Stein is the candidate for governor there. I don't know. I think it's probably going to be a wash because I think Trump is going to be igniting Mark Robinson voters there. And Biden probably is similar to Stein. They're both probably not going to be super exciting. So I could see, yeah, Stein wanting Biden to keep the state, or wanting some support from Biden to keep the state in the hands of the Democrats for governor to balance out the supermajority in the legislature. But I don't know how much Biden has, like, no star power in terms of excitement. I would think Robinson is going to be more affected by Trump, but that could have a negative effect. Some people could just be more motivated to vote for Stein again to vote against Robinson and possibly Trump as well. Okay, we've got a Stein call here, winning 0.5 to 0.7. I mean, that's a pure toss up. I mean, if that's anything goes when you're down to that kind of a margin. Colorado isn't flipping. It's like Oregon. It's too far gone. I give New Jersey a better chance of flipping. Yeah. I mean, these are all solid blue states, but yeah, New Jersey could be. I mean, last time New Jersey had a wider margin than Colorado, if I'm not incorrect here. That I just don't think either of them are worth really talking about. I put out a tier ranking for the most competitive states last week, and a lot of people mentioned New Jersey should not be on the bottom. New Jersey, New Jersey. And yeah, maybe, but in June, I'm not thinking New Jersey is on the radar yet. I do think that's probably a state that's most likely to have some potential movement to get down to a likely rating in the that part of the country. And some people have said New York, and I'm thinking, well, that's it. I can't see that yet. 90% of the vote in now. It went to 90, but I didn't see a vote dump come in. Any updates here? Not really. Some of these Georgia legislator races are in. Obviously, if you're from that area, that's going to be important for you. And it looks like Oklahoma. We've got some runoffs, I guess, in some of these legislative races. And here's going to be a moment where I'm going to take another 1 minute break real quick. So we'll be back in just a second. All right. And we've got, I think, Nikki Haley's future chances for president in 28 will be impacted more positively or negatively due to her remarks toward Trump. We talking about is there recent remarks? If there's something that happened very recently, I may have missed it because I've had a lot going on the past few days. But if we're talking about before that, just generally during the primary season, um, yeah, I could see it either way. I could see in 4 years or three and a half, probably when the campaigns start getting going, maybe even a little less than that, 3 to 3.5 years, I could see there being some resentment about how Haley stood up to Trump in her way. But at the same time, that could be in a while. I mean, that's in a lot of time. I could see a lot of people not caring a ton because somebody's gonna have to step into Trump's shoes. And but that I don't expect her to have a ton of success as of now. If she rebrands herself and tries to lean in toward Trump, especially if he got elected, then I could see her having success. It all depends how she postures herself and if Trump wins and then what he does. But yeah, I do. Yeah. I mean, she's not what the base has been looking for at all. And I don't see it changing a ton again unless she gets on board with Trump if he wins, leans into that. Then I could see it not being a big deal, but I still think there'd be other candidates that would be ahead of Haley. I mean, it just doesn't seem like Haley is the person to succeed Trump. So we've got McGuire here in the lead by 300 votes, 90% in. And Bob Good has a little bit, maybe more he could squeeze out here, but so does McGuire. Designated Survivor or House of Cards. Uh, yeah, I have not gotten into those. There's a lot of shows out there. Haven't been able to get into them. So yeah, can't comment on those. So Oklahoma's in, except for some of the legislator, and then of course Georgia, the same thing. Those three races are in, all with similar margins, 65 to about 35. So how much more are we gonna get out of Virginia's fifth? I mean, I've heard, yeah, House of Cards. That's one everybody used to talk about back when it was on. That was supposed to be a great show, but I mean, you can't watch everything. If it was Whitmer, Pritzker, Newsom running for Democrat nomination, 28, you have a guess who'd win? Probably Newsom, then Pritzker, then Whitmer. That would be my guess. I think Newsom just has, I would guess, the right characteristics to make to do well in the Dem primary there. And I mean, Newsom has all the connections. Pritzker has connections as well. He's super wealthy, but I don't know if he would have he's going to have less charisma, less of the appearance, I suppose, if that's a factor. And Whitmer, I think, is probably better as a VP pick. I think she's probably a little overrated. Um, or probably in the cabinet. That'd be another thing for Whitmer. But 28 is a long way off. I mean, it's so easy to think who would get it based on now, but 3, 4 years, that's quite a long time in politics. All right, we're at 90%. Can we go higher than that? So Bob Good here, he's on the ropes. He's down, but he's not out yet. And we're coming up on about 4 hours on the stream. We're at about 340. And we've got about 30, 35 people in here, something like that. It's always good to have the total go up. Maybe on the more high profile races, we could get that number even higher. Next week, New York, Colorado, South Carolina runoff, Utah. Utah has the most action. They've got governor, Senate, and House, although the governor's race not really expected to be that competitive. The Senate might not even be that competitive either, but we'll see what happens in the final week. But New York, a lot of races there. And McGuire gains very slightly. Your family does not have favorable views on many Democrats, but Andy Beshear and Wes Moore, the Maryland governor, seem to be the two more likable Democrats. Interesting. I mean, Beshear, that guy is kind of a crowd pleaser. I mean, he's kind of comes off with that Southern hospitality kind of disposition, and he's considered he's considered moderate, and he's young. A lot of Democrats are a fan of him. And Wes Moore, I don't know a ton about him, but yeah, he's in there, and he seems to be doesn't seem to be a bad guy, but obviously that's a much bluer state. He's going to be much more to the left of Bashir. Interesting to see those two as the ones that are liked. Should they call it now? This race, there's a little bit more vote coming in. 91% in. Yeah, I mean it. Maybe pretty soon I could see it because yeah, this is not as extremely close as it was. So this is going to be a big deal if Bob Good goes down. I guess Trump would be bragging about his endorsement winning. It is a little weird though that McGuire gets the Trump endorsement when Good is already on the Freedom Caucus. If when Mitch McConnell retires, who takes his seat? If it came down to Bashir versus Massey, if it was Bashir and Massey in the general election, well, I mean, I would say almost any Republican would win. So Massey should be able to win that. I don't think Bashir already said he's not going to go for it, but of course, he could change his mind. But Daniel Cameron is another guy who could certainly be poised to make a run for that seat after he came up short in the governor's race. But Massey does seem to be kind of a guy with some under the radar type of support. Maybe Rand Paul would be behind him, but I don't see Bashir winning anything outside of governor that's of any consequence. He could probably win a House seat in the the blue district there, but for the most part, uh, the sheer governor is kind of it for him. I mean, that's how I see it going. And I don't think I think McConnell's probably got to be done. I don't know if he's even going to finish his term. Uh, uh, Good endorsed DeSantis, and that's probably why. Oh, okay. That could be another factor, but I thought it was because Trump supported McCarthy for Speaker. Good went against McCarthy, so then now Trump's going against Good. Did you see Decision Desk had Minnesota and Maine toss-ups? I saw they have Trump favored to win by almost a comfortable margin, but I don't think I saw that explicitly. I know those are two states people and that in Virginia that people have talked about being really competitive. Um, I could see it happening, but I want to give it more time. I'm more open to that as the time goes on, but I kind of got to see it to believe it. Uh, Opinion on vegans, I don't know what's to say about them. Just the act of being a vegan. I mean that if they're just choosing to do that, that should not really affect me. I mean, it all depends on how you carry yourself. I mean, if anybody could be a jerk, right? Trump endorsed McGuire because Good endorsed DeSantis in the primary. Okay. Uh, What do you think the future of the Democrat Party is? Will be the party of Marin, Orange, Maricopa, and Oakland County, or the party of Macomb, Mahone, and Kenosha, Greene County. Wow, those are you're hitting up some counties here. Future of the Democratic Party. It's probably the former. Basically, you're asking, I would think, if they're going to return to more of a blue collar working class type of appeal. No, I think they should. I think, well, probably both sides should go for that. But will they do it? Probably not. The the wealth, the coastal counties, they have a lot. There's a lot more power. There's a lot more funding there, and it's hard to imagine that not the party not being centered around that. That would be my guess. Now, at least nationally, now locally, it's gonna be easier to get candidates that have appeal in some of those counties. Do I have a favorite tonight? I favorite for not sure what there is. This is the only race that's not called. I slightly predicted Good would come out on top, I suppose, at the very beginning, but I said it should be very close, and it is. Other than that, there's really nothing to predict here. Everything else is over. Thanks for another stream. At it's a four. I'm going to say this is closer to 4 hours, and it's still going. I know you know how taxing the streaming for so long can be. Appreciate taking the time to speak to us for so long. Well, that's a very nice comment. It sounds similar to one I got last week. That might have been the same person, David Lee. That's a possibility. That might have been you. But yeah, this is a long stream. It's not super long. Last time we went over five and a half hours, I believe, and the time usually flies. Sometimes the chat dries up, but there's nothing to talk about, and there's no races to call. Well, a lot of times it's fun. But yeah, it's great to hear people appreciate it. Last time somebody gifted a membership, that was great. For that, I think got a super chat. I think it's been a little while, but I think that was maybe a couple streams ago. So, but just people showing up and appreciating it. That's how to do it. But yeah, it does take a lot of effort to sit here and do this. It takes a lot of effort to make a 5-minute video, but the Whigs, let's see, Campbell County is almost done. So looking like there's no path for Good now. Okay. Um, 92% in. Let's see. Do you have election prediction video if came down to Trump versus Hillary round 2? Oh, wait, I skipped over here. The Whigs party should restart because the name of the party is funny. Yeah, it's going back a ways. I mean, I guess it's a little funny, sure. So prediction for Trump versus Hillary round 2 is for if 2024. I mean, it's hard to say. Again, I didn't put out a prediction video this month due to the fallout from the Trump conviction, and then of course we have a debate coming up. So I wanted to let the dust settle on that, and it's still going to settle. There hasn't been a lot of movement, slight movement, I would think, toward Biden. Makes sense to me. After a conviction, I've done several videos on the polling since. I'm sure I'll have another one coming up. But if it was Hillary again, I have no idea. I would guess Hillary would probably lose because she's damaged goods. She already lost, but then again, she's not Biden. And almost anybody that's not Biden should be able to win because they're going to be younger. But that'd be my guess. It'd be close, but I could see Trump coming out narrowly on top again. But it's going to be hard to say. Let me jump into this. We've got the super chat going now. We've got a from Bears, great stream. You're tired after sitting at the precinct for 14 hours, so you're headed to bed. Well, hey, I appreciate it. That's great. You know, every extra little bonus is always nice. Just sit here for all these hours and keep the channel going. And I love the super chats. They don't come in often, but you gotta tip your hat to a super chat. Hopefully someday we're getting tons of them. We're getting them coming in every minute or two. But and yeah, you're actually this stream is relevant to where you're from, so glad I was able to cover it for you. Probably be heading to bed at some point myself, but have a great night. Thanks for the vote of confidence here. All right, let me go back up to. Okay, stay on. Well, we'll stay on for a little longer. We'll see. Uh, this district, there's a bunch of drama. Most people are covering the race. Are talking about. Is that the drama that I mentioned between McCarthy and Good? And is that what we're talking about? It could be other drama. From California, Duarte, Valdeo, and Garcia's chances. California, there's so many districts there, and there's several rematches in the works that I would have to take a look at the specifics. Now, I would think Garcia, Mike Garcia, he should be able to win. That'd be my guess. And Duarte and Valdeo, my recollection is in the primary, the Republicans got decent numbers in that top two primary. And of course, it's just the primary, but if you compare it to the other years, the primary number turnout doesn't look bad there for the Republicans. So that's what I'll say there. But Garcia seems to be the one that'd be able to hold on. He's not going against Christy Smith again. It's not going to be another Christy Smith matchup. But and sounds like you might think that they're going down based on that question. So some of those I'm going to look into a little bit more. There's so many districts. I like states that have maybe 5 to 10 seats. Probably less than 10. It starts getting a little out of hand, but I have to double check how many rematches are going on exactly in California. MTG definitely whispered in Trump's ear to endorse McGuire. Bob Good was one of the reasons why she got kicked out. Oh yeah, she did get kicked out. That's true. Tester probably barely holds out of Montana. If it was Rosendale, he probably loses. But with Sheehy, Tester wins by 2 to 3. I actually it got brought up last week. There was a debate between Sheehy and Tester already, and I was able to actually check out that debate. That was one of the things I was able to squeeze in this past week, and I thought they both, I think, did what they needed to do. I think it came off reasonably well. He might get labeled a carpetbagger for not having the extreme roots in the state like Tester does, but that's going to be close. I could see Sheehy winning it. The last prediction was Tester winning it because, people know Tester, and I think that does go a long way. What sort of video editing software to use for your videos? Kden Live. That's mostly what I do the editing on. I know there's other ones. I can't think of the name off the top of my head, but I've been using Kden Live. That's for the editing. There's other stuff out there for other things, but the editing, most of the editing is on that. Do you think Trump could actually V pull pull off a VA the Nova area? Just seems to dominate. Oh, okay. Could he win? I don't think so. I've had Virginia likely for Biden for a while, and it's low likely. It's like 6 points. Or no, actually, on my last prediction, no, it was probably 7 or 8 points. So it's an improvement for Trump, but could it get down under 5? Not, I don't think so yet. But I mean, we're all just kind of making up stuff, really. Once the actual results come in, then we're all gonna scramble to try to explain it. It's usually what happens. Certainly after 16. Uh, all right, you appreciate being an unbiased source, even though I identify as a Democrat. I really like your unbiased opinion, and I've looked at both right and left sources talking about this. Um, is this? We're talking about the election results, because but either way, yeah, I do hear that a lot. I mean, of course, sometimes I've got some opinions on certain topics. Sometimes they get mentioned. Can't be a complete unbiased robot 100% of the time. I don't think anybody wants that. But when it comes to calling the results or talking about what's happening, yeah, I try to keep it pretty much in the middle. I mean, it's usually the most fun. I don't know what fun it is coming on here and rooting for or against somebody the whole time. That just seems not that interesting for me. Uh, oh, this election. I should have read the next comment. That might help sometimes. Very relevant, and my candidate won, so I could sleep well. Good stuff. Oh yeah. Again, thanks for that super chat. If you're still here, see you on the next stream. So McGuire was the only state's McGuire. Okay, only state senator to vote no on banning child marriage in this state, as well as co-sponsored some pretty left-leaning bills as well. MTG was working hard to get ousted. Oh, get good ousted. Um, that that's some additional background information that I cannot corroborate, but I will take your word for it. You missed the debate, that Tester Sheehy debate. I mean, it's you probably watch it anywhere, but it was interesting. It was an early debate. I was wondering why are they having a debate already? I don't want them to wait until the end, but that was not a bad debate there in Montana. Okay, recently watched video on Missouri. Noticed a trend where you tend to overemphasize suburbs, even in states dominated by rurals like Missouri. Um, I mean, if that's how you want to look at it, I suppose. I mean, I try to point out what I see, and the suburbs there are much redder than in other suburbs. I mean, there's only so much you can talk about when you're pointing out counties or urban, suburban, and rural areas. And, I try to point out strengths and weaknesses for each side. These results don't have a pattern. Danville, Richmond suburbs are going for McGuire, but the other urban centers are going for good. And also about the Missouri or any of the other videos. I mean, if you just enjoy them on the whole, get some information about them, and that's the main takeaway. Um, I mean, for some, trying to find something that you weren't a big fan of, I mean, you can if you'd like, but I think there's just beneficial information on the whole. And hopefully everybody enjoys those videos. You appreciate imparting my political knowledge with so many districts and races. Hard for me to keep up. Political scene. Appreciate you making it for me to for us to understand. And you don't follow politics closely. It's hard for me to often know what's going on otherwise. That's true. It's there's just so many out there. It's hard to follow. I mean, we just mentioned in California. I can't recall some of those specific districts myself off the top of my head because it's just there's too much. You can't remember every candidate, every year, every margin. There's just way too much. I don't think there's a need to know that either. If you know the major stuff, that's good enough. And if you don't know, you don't know. I mean, a lot of people don't follow politics closely. I'm not even saying I follow it super closely. I more do follow the current elections, but a lot of people don't follow it, and they don't really need to. I mean, there's other things in life, but a lot of people are going to vote even if they don't follow it. I don't think Biden is more likely to win Arizona or Wisconsin in this election, especially since the polls have been narrowing more towards Biden in Arizona and more toward Trump in Wisconsin. Well, it seems like Trump has had some decent Arizona lead, um, and that makes me think he would be more likely to, or Biden would be more likely to win Wisconsin because that is pretty narrow. And I'm not going to go get too caught up in the week to week fluctuations in the polling. I mean, it's impossible to not factor that in at all. But I want to more so think about it in maybe a month to month type of on a month to month level. Now, of course, as you get closer to the election, then the week to week stuff is going to matter more. But we're 4 or 5 months out. I don't want to get too caught up in it. But given how narrow Wisconsin has been, I could see that one being more likely to go toward Biden, even though I would think that one could easily go toward Trump as well. But again, it's all just anybody's best guess. The immigration is such a big topic in Arizona that I could see Trump doing well there. Um, but again, things could change by election day. Okay, Wisconsin, you think? Because he's got both. He gets, you think he gets both due to abortion being on the ballot in Arizona and pushes Biden over the top. All right. There's also that immigration referendum there in Arizona. I mean, they could. Who knows what any of it's going to do, really? I mean, if you're a Republican looking to flip Virginia 7, you would have wanted Hung Kao to run. He would have been able to do better than Vega in Prince William, since Nova is his base, and he had a tight race in 10. Yeah, he did have a narrower race than I thought at first, as we discussed earlier. So it was down to 4 or 5 points, I think. Or no, it was over five. It was 5 to 6. So he made it closer, but not extremely close. But yeah, maybe if he did run in 7, he does have those ties to Nova there. Maybe he could have won it. It is always weird when a candidate runs in the House, then they fail, and then they try to go for the Senate. It's like, well, wait a minute. You didn't win this lesser race. How are you going to the bigger race? Uh, does Trump's comments on taxing tips help him close the gap in Clark County? Yeah, I heard a little bit about that, and I think it was the union bosses were not buying it at all, which we've seen in a lot of unions. But probably the workers are going to be much more open to it. Um, I don't know how much that matters. It might just be viewed as a a promise, maybe an empty promise during campaign season. I don't know how much it's going to matter in the end, but I don't think it's going to be a dramatic thing in Clark County. But if he just improves a little in Clark, yeah, then he would be able to win that state, which the polling has indicated as such. But yeah, the taxing tips. I mean, candidates all the time they come out in election season and they make these the, sweeping claims about what they're going to do or not do, and a lot of people are kind of jaded by promises from politicians. They tell them what they want to hear, but do they really buy it? I think a lot of people need to see it in action in order to believe it, because a lot of people are just disaffected and they're not going to really buy it. I played Minecraft a long time ago, not with just briefly. Never really got into that. Uh, okay, agree with the idea about him losing VA 10 running for the Senate. If I was looking for him to build a political career, I want him to switch to seven. Yeah, I mean, I bring up John James in Michigan. He ran for the Senate twice, back to back cycles, failed, and then he decides to start rebuilding. He goes for the House. He narrowly wins, and at least that's something. Maybe he eventually goes back for the Senate, but he's already got two losses under his belt. There's probably other examples of somebody failing in the House and then going for the Senate. In an emergency, first time checking on the polls. It looks like Hand got embarrassed. I'm not expect to be that bad. In Georgia here, Chuck Hand, yeah, he in the first round, Wayne Johnson got about what 45% of the vote. So it was looked like Johnson was going to be able to just put up another 5% and take it, and he did right here. And I think Chuck Hand was more controversial, but so it's going to be Wayne Johnson, and he's probably going to lose to Sanford Bishop. Oops. All right, let's get that back on here. Okay, you would have thought Vegas to be relatively closer. You wouldn't have thought Vegas to be relatively closer to big city Trump would do best in. Yeah, there's a lot of working class, blue collar voters, workers in Clark County there, Vegas. I mean, to keep that city running, a lot of people behind the scenes on the ground there. Tons of culinary workers and casino staff and police. It's all a big thing there. But it does look like that state could go toward Trump. I mean, I've had it at going toward Biden because I do expect the polling to tighten up there. Let me get back to the fifth here. I do expect the polling to tighten up. I think it's a state where one of the few states where I think that it could underestimate Biden, the Democrat. But we'll see what happens. We've got a We got a super chat here from Dustin Kramer. Glad to finally meet. I've plenty of your comments I've seen. Is your first stream, but appreciate the super chat here. An extra couple of bucks for the channel. That's good, good stuff. But thoughts on VP for Youngkin? You know, it's not that bad of a pick actually. Um, I've thought about it actually the other day. And let's pull up the VP market real quick. Youngkin is at 6 cents. See if that has changed at all. Up, he's down to 5 now. Youngkin, I don't think he would flip the state if he was a VP, but I guess Youngkin, it's he'd have to step down from governor, so that's going to be a big blow. But if it put Trump over the top, then of course it wouldn't matter. But I don't think it's too bad of a pick. I think it would be better than Burgum in terms of adding to the ticket. Because Burgum is just so bland. He's not from a significant state. He's older. Youngkin at least is a little bit more in the direction of addition to the ticket. But stepping down from governor, that could be a big blow, especially if Youngkin was going to challenge Mark Warner for the Senate next time. It's not a bad pick, but it is a little risky giving up that very valuable position as Virginia governor. Oh, and actually I mispronounced your name there. It's Karner, not Kramer. I'm sorry about that. Anyway, Blake Masters, if the other way around, he's running for the House now, but the primary is close. Uh, yeah, that's the other way around. If Masters failed for the House and then went for the Senate, that would be the same. But yeah, he's in a tight battle there to replace Debbie Lesko against Abe Hamada. We'll see what happens on that one. Does Bob Good still have a chance? If it hasn't been called, you've got to say there's a chance. Because when it is close, who knows what kind of ballots are still trickling in. But on a glance, it doesn't really look like it. There's still some vote outstanding here. But this is going to be the best bet for Good, but it seems like he'd only be able to scrape out another 50 or 60 votes. Do you think that outsider candidates have increased overall due to Trump's outsider win in 16? Yeah, probably, because I think both sides are going for, they're rediscovering themselves. Progressives have emerged for the Democrats. A lot of them are outsiders, and a lot of Republicans, they've had a lot of Republican outsiders. Now, the establishment doesn't like outsiders on both sides. They don't want to see that happening. So that's a whole other issue. But yeah, generally, I think a lot of voters on both sides are not a big fan of the status quo. So they're looking for people outside the establishment, and they're going up. Now, there's all kinds of smears with outsider candidates, but I would say, yeah, they have gone up. Could Biden drop Harris for Jimmy Carter at the convention? That obviously no chance. But hey, technically he could if Carter makes it. He's going to be 100 this October. That is massively impressive considering he entered hospice last February. So he's still going. Can he make it to 100? That's going to be massive stuff. I'm sure he'd want to make it to the next election to see who's going to win. But yeah, Harris, I think Biden could probably get an upgrade. I mean, a lot of people probably would prefer somebody other than Harris. Burgum is being chosen for fundraising. Yeah, Burgum has he's wealthy and he's probably going to be able to get some tap into more than I would think JD Vance. Okay, all good thoughts on Trump winning Georgia by his 2016 margin. Yeah, that what was that margin like? Four and a half? I'd have to double check that to get it completely accurate. Maybe it was three and a half. I don't know, but I would think it would not be that high. If it was something, if it ended up, if it was six, if I'm thinking of the right state, I don't think it would get up to something like six. That seems way too much of a stretch. But could he win it by two or three? Yeah, he could. The polls are showing it steady for Trump, and that's impressive. But again, it's June. Let's see what happens in August, September. After Labor Day, that's really when the gloves come off and everything starts to really take shape. So it's fun to take a look at things in April and June, but after Labor Day is really when, the excuses kind of start to go out the window. But yeah, Trump has shown he's successful in these Sunbelt states and Nevada, but Republicans have blown it in the Senate. They've wiped out in those races the last few cycles. But Biden is unpopular, so that I know Democrats talk up abortion, and of course that is one of the few beneficial issues to them in the Atlanta suburbs. That's going to be key. But other than that, Biden he's not popular. Now it could change. He could go up, but I don't know if George is going to be able to go back 4 or 5 points for Trump. That if he maintains a lead in the polls significantly, then I'm gonna be open to it then. Okay. Oh, hey, you're back. Seems like the race is pretty close for McGuire and good. It is close, but there's not a whole lot here outstanding for McGuire or for good left. McGuire got about a 1.5 point lead. But hey, I've been out here so long, we've got people coming back. That happens from time to time. So good stuff. Trying to keep up with all the comments. That looks like sports news. Willie Mays has died at 93. Uh, Not relevant to this, but that's a something some people might care about. You heard from another political YouTuber that Bob Good is going to run for lieutenant governor if he loses, but after that, his political career is probably over. Good running for lieutenant governor. Uh, yeah, I guess I could see that because he's what he wants to stay in politics and he does have some support. He could get some crossover support in theory. Lieutenant governor, that's an interesting position. I would think they're going to call this race at some point, but now it's down. It was at 91 or 2. Now we're back down to 90. I don't get it. I think Jimmy Carter was a bad president, but overall he's been one of the best people to be president. Yeah, he's kind of one of these humble guys, and he's fairly low key. But yeah, a lot of people did not like his presidency, but his post presidency, which has been a very long time, um, He's kind of a guy that's hard to be. He's hard to hate, I suppose. He is a nice guy. Who's that? That might be a reference to the Willie Mays thing. That the baseball player, Hall of Fame legendary player. 5. I'm not sure what the 5 is in reference to. Maybe I missed something. I think the chat disconnected for just a moment. I think it's back. Hopefully something will come in here to confirm that. It says of right now, it went down for just a split second or a minute. So we'll see if anything comes in here. If anybody. Okay, there we go. Now we've got something. Georgia. All right. Now we're back at it. Um, about 5. So yeah. Okay. Then, yeah, again, I would say that beating that seems unlikely at this point. It seems unlikely, but again, it's June. If Trump's if he's polling 5, 6 point margins in October, then yeah, I'm gonna say that's gonna be a possibility. But it'd be tough to think that it could go after he lost last time. But again, it also depends on how many candidates are on the ballot. But it's tough to imagine it going that far back toward Trump. But then again, I was surprised. Brian Kemp had an easy reelection. He's been relatively popular. I think it's easy to be wrong in politics. I mean, it, if you can get a 50% track record, I think that would be impressive. Obviously, outside of anything that's blatantly obvious. Um, Nevada, do we think Nevada will be the new Republican Western state while Arizona becomes Democrats? I want to wait and see what happens after this election. That's what a lot of people have indicated that Nevada's going right. It's going to be red. It's been a little while since that's happened. Biden won it by 3.5 last time. Something like, I believe that's the margin. But so yeah, it's tough to think that it's just all of a sudden going to be the red state. And then Arizona, immigration's a big deal there, and that's going to be a strength for Trump. Of course, we know abortion is going to be good for Maricopa County for Biden. That's the big county. More than half the people live there. But it could. Arizona's already it already has. They've lost their Republican senators, and but Nevada, I'm not so sure it's ready to just be a red state yet. They haven't. They've got Joe Lombardo there for governor, but they've had Adam Laxalt not getting anything done in the Senate. He's got to. They've got to have. They're gonna have to win a Senate seat there for me to really think so. I mean, they did have Dean Heller in the Senate not that long ago. So, but since then, okay, 5 points. Right, that sounds right. Yeah. So yeah, I would think not right now. I think he's under 5. Trump loses this election. Do you think someone like Nikki Haley will be able to get the nomination 28? That comes up from time to time. I generally don't think so, but anything could happen in 3.5 years in politics. I think that somebody else could easily emerge, somebody more close to the Trump direction that hasn't really gone against him. Haley, she has time. She could, if Trump wins, she could get back in the cabinet even. That's a possibility. She could cozy up to Trump and then try to run, and maybe she would have success. I just think that's not that likely. 2.5. Sorry, I had 3.5. It's 2.5. So many margins, so many states. Uh, Same with Hillary, even with third party voting stayed the same. Thoughts of Brian Kemp unseats John Ossoff. That does get brought up once in a while. In the 26th, and the state government stays Republican. Well, I mean, this legislator 26. I mean, that's skipping ahead a couple of years. We got to see what happens in this election for that, but it it could stay Republican. But for Ossoff and Kemp, I did cover that earlier. My answer is that if Trump wins, then I think it's more likely to be blue leaning, it's blue wave type of environment in 26. I would think it's more likely that Ossoff is going to hold on. Now Kemp has been impressive from my point of view in terms of popularity. I think I guess Kemp is probably the best bet for the Republicans at this point, and I would be a little bit more likely to think he would try to run. And if Biden were able to win, then I think Ossoff could be in real danger and Kemp could win. Because then I would think it would be a red leaning environment in 26. But if Trump wins and it's a blue leaning environment, then I think it would be competitive, but Ossoff, I think, could hold on. But I do think Kemp makes it pretty interesting if he took on Ossoff. If Trump is still around, who will he endorse in the 28 primary? If he's still around, who will he endorse? Whoever is loyal, pretty loyal to Trump and has a reasonable chance to win. Maybe that's somebody like Ramaswamy. Maybe it ends up being DeSantis again. DeSantis was the favorite for a little bit, just a little bit. But other than that, it could be somebody else completely not on the map. If somehow he picked Vance as his running mate and he won, then it's going to be Vance. As far as someone like Byron Donalds, I think Donalds would have to probably have a statewide win before he would be in contention for something nationally. I think maybe Donalds could go for governor. He could go for the maybe go for the Senate if Rubio decides to retire. Lombardo is only 61. Could pull a Hogan. Yeah, he could. I mean, he's probably going to go for a second term, and then maybe. I know there was talk about Rick Harrison going for the Senate from Pawn Stars, but that never materialized. You're still convinced of the big possibility of Georgia being the new North Carolina, where it's just out of reach for Democrats. Well, if that happens, we'll have to see over the next 2 to 4 years. The Republicans are going to have success there, and they're going to have to pick back up those Senate seats. We saw in that state Supreme Court election that the Republican backed candidate, Andrew Pinson, he won very easily. Now, that's a totally different race and a totally different election, but that's got to give Republicans some hope there. But then again, we see in the special election in Ohio last week, Democrats, they lost, but they cut into the margin significantly. Very, very low turnout. Hard to draw any solid conclusions from low turnout. And on that note, I'm going to take another quick 1 minute break. Be back in just a second. All right, so where are we here? Generally tilting are but competitive for Georgia. Yeah, that I hear you. On that's the North Carolina comparison. I thought that might have been the case up until the elections for Senate the last couple of times where Ossoff and Warnock won and took down those Republicans. So that made me think, okay, maybe these Atlanta suburbs are just they are not into the Trump brand and that's it. This is not going to tilt our. They're going straight to voting for Democrats, just like Arizona. But maybe they pull it back. They could. If Georgia's migration trends continue, Atlanta Metro could trend bluer. Um, yeah, maybe. I mean, Trump could make some gains actually in Fulton County itself, in Atlanta, but it shouldn't outweigh what potentially could be gains for Democrats in those suburbs. Cobb and Gwinnett. Looking ahead, do you think if Republicans elect their popular governors for Senate races, they can get pretty strong challengers for some of these Democrat seats? Sununu, Kemp, Lombardo. Yeah, I mean, but you got to think Democrats might do the same thing. They could put up Whitmer, they could put up Tony Evers, they could put up Josh Shapiro. Uh, there's always somebody. Trends in Atlanta's suburbs have been really slowed down, though, including migration to Atlanta. The Black Belt and Central GA are still trending red. Yeah, I mean, I do think it's up for debate. It's up for discussion. It should be close. But as far as the recent elections, I mean, Democrats delivered the goods. I mean, they went to runoffs. That was after the election, way later. That's not. I don't really care for that, but Democrats got it done when it counted, and there's going to be. I'm sure Republicans are demoralized there. I think during those runoffs, they felt like they didn't even want to show up. There was talk about that because it just seemed like a lost cause. They lost faith in the election system, and that maybe that was a factor in their in Republicans' defeat there. Where will they call it? I don't know. It might keep going, but we're gonna have to actually at some point wind this stream down. We've been going over 4.5 hours, so I mean it's great to go a while, especially when there's action in the chat, but more so if there's action happening to look at here, elections. I mean, we could always get on and do a stream even if there's no elections, if there was enough people for it. But we've got any political candidates from the mainstream that you think could be the next Obama level winners? Oh, electoral winners. Excuse me. Does that mean on either side? That kind of, if you mean having a ton of electoral success, it just seems like we're so polarized now that things would have to change. Um, Things would have to change on a macro level. A lot of cultural changes would have to take place. There would have to be kind of a more of a consensus. I don't think we're there yet. I mean, anything could happen in 4 or 5 years, maybe even less. But it seems like it's going to have to take some time to sift through some things because there's a lot of divides out there in a lot of different ways. But I don't know who could have success. People often talk about Michelle Obama having a ton of success or Oprah. Now, I don't know if they're exactly serious candidates for office. I don't think they are. People talk about them having a ton of success. But as far as politicians, um, I can't think of anybody that's going to just be some kind of a transformative type of figure and just have a ton of success. I mean, we've seen a lot of people flail and flop in primaries over the past few cycles. I mean, yeah, some people have mentioned Wes Moore in Maryland. His name got brought up earlier as him potentially having aspirations for future office. Some people mentioned Newsom doing that. I think he's kind of polarizing, but he still could have success. I don't know if it would be a ton of success. I've been lurking in the background doing some programming. Fair enough. Um, I've been doing the stream, but we're probably going to be winding it down here. Just joining. Hey, you're late to the game, but that works. Any insight of who is the more MAGA-like candidate in VA 5? Trump endorsements aren't always a great indicator. Well, in the fifth here, it's supposed to be McGuire is the um, candidate to the right of Bob Good. That's how it's described. So McGuire should be, if that's what you mean by more MAGA. If you mean which one is more pro-Trump, that I could not tell you. But if McGuire is being described as the candidate that's more to the right of Good, then I'm going to say that McGuire is more MAGA, if that's how you want to interpret it. But it's true that the Trump endorsements have, sometimes he has endorsed candidates you would think would be more established. Nancy Mace, we just saw that. He wanted her out of there a couple of years ago. Now he's endorsed her. So yeah, it. Sometimes there's inconsistencies. You enjoy the live streams and conversation. Yeah, well, yeah. I'm surprised this is your first one. Um, but yeah, we've all got lives. Can't do it. Can't do it every time. Voice is so. I believe that says cool. Well, good to hear that. After 4.5+ hours, um, it gets a little tiring. There's bound to be some strain, but yeah, when things are flowing, the time goes by. Uh, Favorite Southern state pair: Kentucky and Tennessee, or Alabama and Mississippi. Are you just talking about the state in general? Just it forget politics, just its own state, like natural resources, that kind of thing. The weather, or are you talking about the senators, the governors? A lot of different ways to interpret some of these questions. Let's see if we've got any updated news here. Nothing really. That's, oh no, we've got 13 minutes ago. Virginia does not have an automatic recount, but if the difference between the two candidates is less than 1%, either side can ask for a recount. Absentee ballots, which must be postmarked by today, could still come in as late as Monday. It may take a while until we know the result in Bob Good versus John McGuire. So there you go, right there. So they might be waiting on absentee ballots, which could take until Monday. That's 6 days. So that is. I mean, nobody's going to be excited about that. But are there really that many there for Bob Good? So that's probably where we're at. It looks like they might not call it then, even though the margin is greater than 1%. But there is no automatic recount process in Virginia. Just in general, uh, I have to take those two states combined. I probably Kentucky and Tennessee. I mean that I just leave it at that. I tough thing to think about. We'll ever do a face reveal? Well, I mean, ever? I mean, who knows what could happen way down, but that is not in the plans really at all. Yeah, like the video, that's for sure. I'm just, hopefully everybody already did that. Subscribe, share. Eventually, that you can join the channel if you'd like to support it. Couple of options there. There's not a lot of perks. That's the thing. It's hard to create a lot of perks if there's not a lot of members. But at the same time, it's really all about supporting the cause, supporting the channel. If you're really into it, you want to try to prop it up, there's an option there. If you choose the strongest candidates for president on each side, who would you pick the strongest candidates this year? Uh, it's really difficult to completely forget what we already know. There's always going to be a way to tear down every scenario. It seemed like DeSantis, in theory, could have been a strong candidate. Yeah, there's a little bit of an issue with some charisma there. I get it, but he's governor, two-term governor of a significant state. He won in the blue wave of 18. He won in a landslide back in 22. It seemed like he had a lot of the elements to have national success that flopped. So if you take that out, I don't know who else there really is. I mean, you can go down the list. You can go through the primary candidates. You got Chris Christie. You've got Nikki Haley. But it's tough. And for the Democrats, a lot of people go to Newsom. On the betting markets, he's usually the person who's, as we got a little bit more vote coming in, he's usually the person people think is going to be the backup to Biden. So I don't know. But right now, yeah, we've got Biden and Trump. They're strong in one sense, and they're also weak in a sense. It's tough. First time dropping by. How come I hear people saying states like Rhode Island and Delaware will become Republican states while Kansas and South Carolina will become Democrat? So, well, first of all, thanks for coming by on the first stream. I have not heard people saying Delaware and Rhode Island will become Republican states. Delaware only after Biden is off the ballot, because that's his home state. It could go a little bit toward the Republicans. That's not unreasonable. But if we're talking about becoming Republican or just becoming more Republican, then I guess the best case I'd come up with is, the working class voters in Delaware and Rhode Island, they're there, and maybe they'd be more open to a working class populist type of message, and that could happen in theory from the Republicans, but I haven't really heard they're actually going to get close to the competitive level. But as far in Kansas and South Carolina, well, Kansas has kind of trended blue a little bit. It has the makings of becoming blue over the next maybe decade or two. Could potentially flip if everything kept going and the suburbs just stayed blue and the rurals have been maxed out for Trump and they start to regress a little bit. Then it could get bluer. In South Carolina, it's not the reddest state out there. If that just trends in the direction of its neighbors, Georgia and North Carolina, it could get it could get bluer if people come in to the state and they vote to the left. It could get a little bit bluer. But as far as actually flipping, that's way too far off. I don't think that's worth really discussing. If you're talking about way into the future, yeah, I guess there's those possibilities in the coming decades. Um, probability, probably Biden and Trump in terms of getting elected. I'm scared if Trump doesn't win, our country will collapse. Well, hey, a lot of people think that about either side. They view the other side as an existential threat. And I always say every election is the most important of our lives until the next one. It's just every time we hear the same stuff. Um, People thought when Trump was going to get in there that everything was over. We're done for. There's going to be a nuclear war. The economy is going to collapse. You name it. And there was COVID that nobody saw coming. But a lot of that stuff was overblown. And then a lot of people thought, well, similar with Biden, not to that extent, but you know, the pendulum swings. You can't say, I can't say it's going to get better or worse, or it's going to be. I try to remain a little bit optimistic, and if people don't like it, they will vote for somebody else. That's if somebody gets in there and they're just not getting the job done, there's going to be another election, usually in a couple of years, and things can change, and frequently they do. But I understand there's some aspects that I can see people being concerned about for for different sides getting in there. All right, let me get caught up here. Uh, does it grip? I'm not sure what that means. Can you do Chrissy Houlihan, Ramaswamy, spinner battle? I think you asked me that, and I did respond. And the answer is that it's interesting. I could sit here and do those all day, but they just don't really bring in that many views. Houlihan is that I don't think she's a high profile candidate. And I'm doing the spinner battle on Saturdays. I'm I was doing coin flips and other things. I might do those again. Those usually don't bring in a lot of views, so it's tough to want to make an entire video, put one up that's 8 or 10 minutes long, and people don't really care. So even though I enjoy them, they do take effort, and the effort you're going to want to put that into something that's going to have a medium amount of expected success. So I cannot guarantee I would get to that. Plus, I do have a ton of backlog already. People have suggested tons of different matchups, and there's no way I can get to all of them. I've tried to filter them down and do the better ones, the ones I think we get and bring in more views. Youngkin slash Tom Cotton, 28. Okay. Battle between sub 50, approval 50 rating candidates. What is Biden's home state? PA or Delaware? Yeah, and that was answered. Yep. Delaware, he was in the Senate forever there in Delaware, but yeah, technically, I guess, born in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Why does Red Eagle say PA? Does he? I don't know. I say PA a lot of times. I think that is not an uncommon thing from my perspective. I guess it's an easier way to say it than Pennsylvania. I mix it up. Not sure what everybody else does. You don't mean he just says PA. You just mean he says that Biden, his home state is Pennsylvania. I understand now. I got it. Um, wow, 5 hours on here. Um, I don't know why he says it. I don't know he said that. I have no idea. Yeah, I would probably ask him or see what the comments say there. You live in PA. The county I am in is extremely blue. Okay, duly noted. That could be right around Philadelphia area, Chester, Montgomery, something like that. Every election is important at the border. Yep. If you had to bet who would win Michigan, who are you betting on? Well, my last prediction has Biden winning but that was in May. It's so close. It's just, I don't think there's any shame in getting it wrong, unless one of them wins by 4 or 5 points. But right now, it's so close. It just is. And plus, I'm still not sure what Kennedy's doing. What kind of ballot access he's going to get. He should be on the ballot in Michigan. But it's close. I mean, if I had to bet, I'd say Biden's going to get Michigan. But I mean, that's just, well, let's see what happens after this debate and the end of the month polling. Let's see what happens. It's still only June. We've got a lot of time to go. If my life was on the line, I'd say Trump. All right, yeah, there could happen. I mean, there's talk about Biden taking a hit there in Michigan after for the situation in Israel or involving Israel. Would you ever consider doing a live reaction to a presidential debate? Uh, I suppose. I think a big problem with that is it's unknown what is even allowed to be shown live. With fair use and copyrights and all that kind of thing. So that's an issue there with what's actually within the rules of YouTube. If no party labels existed, what would a Donald Trump versus Paul Ryan presidential pan out? Uh, I mean, Paul Ryan is saying so hard. I think he's not going to have a ton of success. If you're talking about nationally, yeah, Ryan would do better in the wealthier, the higher educated areas. And Trump's going to do better in the other places. But Paul Ryan, yeah, I don't think he has a ton of appeal. Maybe he makes a comeback. He's not old. You do more spinner battles, dice, coin flips. Uh, I mean, I would guess I'm going to keep doing it a little bit. But again, yeah, those videos, they're fun. They're tons of fun. They're a little difficult to set up, but I like them. It's just that, they're not massive sellers in terms of the views. People aren't flocking in to see that. There's some people that really enjoy them, but when I look at what they're getting, they're just not getting a ton. So it's hard to, again, take the time to put up a video for the whole day, and then that's only going to get 300 views, 400 views. Uh, you're in Chester. All right. Gotcha. So yeah, you're right there, though, right outside Philadelphia, Southeast PA. Have you heard what happened to Biden in California fundraiser? I'm gonna say no because I mean, there's probably so many fundraisers. If it happened today, then no. But if it's something like several days ago or last week, then I might have heard, and I just can't recall where it was. We could see very likely 269 tie this year. The Maine Nebraska districts could be extremely important. That's true. I mean, Trump seems very likely to win Maine second. Biden seems kind of likely to win Nebraska second, but that could potentially flip. It got a little bit redder after redistricting. That's the Don Bacon district. He's going to be in some danger, but he seems to have success when it comes time to vote. But yeah, there could be a tie. It's a possibility. Uh, I'm good at diagnose with terminal ligma. Okay, is there some news about good? I can't be 269 if any candidate gets or loses the state, then they're already getting other states. They'll put them on 270. Yep, yep. I understand that angle, but I mean, the 269 is technically possible. People have ranted to debates, but they usually don't have the video, just audio. Yeah, I know I have seen some of that, but what are the actual rules with that? I mean, how much video can you show? And then what about after the fact? It seems like people put up stuff after. Um, you wouldn't want to jeopardize the channel, but uh, as a viewer of the channel, you personally would rather have less spinner elections because I'm more interested in the current elections. Well, I mean, I have done less already the last few months because we've been getting into the primaries, we've been getting into election season. I still try to do them though for the fans of those videos. Um, so that is what happens. I still doing them, but I am doing less. I have, we've got to cover what's going on in the election, of course, but I don't want to completely forget about them. Yeah, 269 goes to the House. Yep. Do you think Georgia will be leans? Uh, yeah, I wouldn't have thought so 8 to 10 months ago. But I mean, the polling has held steady. Doesn't mean it's going to stay steady, but I mean, again, I think if Biden looks weak, he's going to put out executive orders. We've seen some. He's going to do what he can to not lose. It's crazy how Chester has turned from extremely. Uh, oh, okay. That's gone. Good has Ligma. Okay. Not sure what we're talking about. 35. All right. Okay. Oh, so some meme. Not sure about it. Would you say your best performing videos? Usually the prediction videos are the best because, that's what more casual people want to see. So those are usually the ones that are going to get the most. Once in a while, though, yeah, again, the different video catches on, catches the algorithm, and just surges. But other than that, yeah, the more in-depth videos about the trends, those usually are reasonable, but, it's still debatable. The last month or so, the views have been down a little bit. So there's no really way to predict it, but there's been a little bit of a decline for whatever reason. Um, but yeah, I might do some deep dives again. Not sure. I mean, those usually was doing those for the midterms. Those usually had more success than other videos. Uh, Chester County was extremely red to blue. Uh, yeah, it did change, and it could be some migration there, but it also could just be the Trump brand is just too much for that type of voter. They just another factor. Political party am I? Well, I usually just tend to defer to the video that's titled "Why Both Parties Suck." That one, I think that's the trailer video or the main video. If you're a subscriber, it's somewhere on there, but you could also search for it. That's the best way I describe it because there's just different views. It's all over the place. It all depends on the specific issue. It's too difficult, and also, you know, it's not as fun going into certain things. So you can get some answers in that video, but I've decided to put up one of my requests, either the John Carney versus Mark Gordon or Joe Manchin versus the I've still got a bunch on the list. I may have those on the list. I the Carney and Gordon one, that's probably one where it's just not going to get a ton. I did one with Mark Gordon. I forgot who he was up against, but I mean, that it just didn't get a lot of it. Just, and guess I kind of understand it. I mean, Mark Gordon. Who is Mark Gordon? Does anybody care about this guy? And Manchin as a Republican, I don't think I'm cut out to do that much speculation. Manchin is a Republican. I mean, I could come up with anything, and I don't know how serious of an effort that would be to make. So that's kind of a problem there. Um, I used to do more outlandish hypotheticals. There's always going to be one or two that are going to be borderline, but I try to keep it mostly to what's going to be have enough of an appeal and and I'll have enough confidence to make. I don't want to make a video and just be completely think I'm just making it all up. We're doing alt history for 2012. I've done, I think, a couple. They're on there. If you search for them, I've got a playlist. You could find them. But I do those rarely, very rarely, because they're just it's difficult. Again, I don't want to I don't want to feel like I'm making up 75% of it. Uh, I hate when people drag out the safe states. Election prediction official is notorious for this. I'm not sure what he does or they do, if how they drag it out. Maybe they're just trying to fill their runtime. I'm not sure. If it's working for them, though, then I guess it's working. Some of the polling video, yeah, the polling videos are hit or miss. Some have done well, and I go, wow, how did this do well? And then some have done not well, and I go, well, what happened here? Um, Imagine the prediction videos would do the best. Yep, that's what I mentioned. Since that's typically what people look for, maybe you could compare states. Yeah, I mean, I want it to be accessible enough content, and I want to have enough fun making it. I don't want to go into so much detail that I'm not even that interested. But I mean, again, I guess other channels have more success, and who knows what they're doing. It seems to be working though for them. Um, yeah, I don't know if they're going to call it here. We just saw that we're waiting for absentee ballots, so that looks like we might not get a call here. So that's the update. Some of these characterizations, I don't know, they're just not how I would describe anything. The bitter primary has split the MAGA universe, and now experts predict it will be too close to call. Uh, did I have 3,200 subscribers? No, I not that I saw. It's been ever since I hit 3,000. It's been like going up slower than expected. Can't tell you why. Putting up a ton of content still, even though it's tough to get one of these up every day. But no, did not have 32. Yeah, yeah, it's not about who somebody does or does not vote for. I don't really, I usually don't go into that kind of thing. Again, I just direct people to that why both parties suck. That gives you some idea. The video's a year and a half old, but and it doesn't really matter anyway because I'm just here to call the results, provide a little commentary as we go. The deep dives in 22 was right when you found the channel. I think the first videos we watched Warnock and Walker and Fetterman and Oz. Good stuff. Those are good videos. I do wish they had more success. Those took That wasn't just 10 minutes to make that. It takes a little bit of time. Um, might do those again. See if I can get those going in a at some point. But yeah, I mean, those are good videos to get people who aren't totally familiar with the race. Just cover the background and the outlook. But yeah, that was a while ago. Why is Red Eagle not making a live stream on this? Did he not do a stream today? No idea what's going on. Maybe he already did and he's done. Maybe he's busy. Maybe he's not feeling well. Who knows? Do I follow West Virginia politics? You ever wondered what the Senate race would pan out if Don Blankenship won the Democratic nomination? Well, I mean, then the theory is that Joe Manchin would come back in and run as an independent. That's that theory. But I still think Jim Justice would win. But Don Blankenship, man, I'm surprised I wasn't even aware he was even running as a Democrat till, I don't know, I don't know, it's not that long ago. But Blankenship just doesn't, I don't know how much of a appetite there is for him. It doesn't seem like there's much. We're waiting on one more race. Probably not going to be called tonight. McGuire leading incumbent Bob Good. Election prediction official sounds like he is so bored while doing his videos. I wish he sounds like he's having fun. Like political exes. Keep up the good work. Thanks a lot. I appreciate the comments. Usually there's positive comments about the voice or something along those lines. But yeah, I mean, there's no fancy graphics on my videos, but try to do a variety and keep people engaged to the best I can. But if his videos sound so he sounds bored, I don't know. I would wonder why there's a lot of success there. Then I mean, sometimes yeah, you look at other channels and they've got way less videos, and somehow they have way more going on in terms of their subscribers and such. It's amazing how Virginia went from 6 to 8% for Biden to tied in the polls. Yeah, I know. I saw the 42-42 poll. It's tough for me to think. If it was 49-49, I'd think okay. And if we saw maybe a couple more of those around there, I'd think, all right, this could actually be competitive. But if it's one poll that's at 42-42, and then there's another one that was kind of close a little before that, I still think we got to wait. I'm thinking there's a lot of Northern Virginia voters that are going to be disaffected, not enthusiastic about Biden, but in the end they're going to say, well, they don't want to see Trump in there, so they're going to vote for Biden. That's my guess. I would still think Biden's going to win by over 5 points. But, again, we've all been wrong in the last few elections in probably a good number of races. I enjoy the the ad reactions. Yeah, that's another series I've done. Haven't done those since almost a year when during the Kentucky governor's race. Um, Usually they don't. Well, but a lot of the times I was only doing one ad in a video, and it's a shorter video. It's like 3 minutes, and that's easier to make. I'm not sure if people want to see a 3 minute video or a 7 minute video, but I might do more of those. But it depends. You got to pull in the right ads. They have to be ones that there's a lot of different factors that go into the ads and the candidates. There's no slam dunk on what brings in the views. Once in a while, something catches the algorithm, it gets promoted a ton, and that's great. Other than that, prediction videos usually do better, but you know, there's exceptions. Is anything else going to happen? This is pretty much it. This is absolutely it. Everything is in. We've got the 7th in. The 10th is in. Georgia is in. We've got all the state legislator races. The runoffs are in. Oklahoma is in. We've got some of this is headed to a runoff. Some of this is still outstanding. A lot of races here. But that is pretty much it. We've been another 5 hour stream. So we're going to have to wind this down pretty soon. The last thing is the 5th here in Virginia. But again, apparently we're waiting on absentee ballots. And John McGuire's ahead by a little over 300 votes. And 1.5% about. But other than that, I mean, yeah, if you go to bed, that you're not going to miss much else if you've got other things to do. Um, your shorts did well. Yeah, the shorts, there's views, but again, yeah, the watch time is very, very low because they're so short. And then I know those videos, I knew they would get a lot of different types of reaction. And yeah, that's what they did. I mean, there's too many comments. There's no way I could comment on all that. And a lot of them are just completely lopsided comments anyway. There's nothing to add. But yeah, put out a couple of shorts finally. Did that. What surprised you the most out about these primaries? Well, it's probably going to be right here in this 5th district that Bob Good is potentially going down. And he was in the Freedom Caucus. I wouldn't think he would be going down, but he is going down. Other than that, we've got Hung Kao with a gigantic lead. I didn't think Hung Kao would totally dominate here. So anyway, we're gonna have to kind of wind this down pretty soon here because we've been doing over 5 hours. I gotta get on to a couple other things here. Still 30 people here. That's great, but um, yeah, I guess it does take some patience. You can never sit for 5 hours. I mean, it's going to be happening like this on election day, I assume. Probably way more than this. It's tough, yeah. I mean, you can only slouch in your chair and shift positions so many times, and there's only so much you can do. But that we had one race outstanding, and plus we had a lot of comments coming in, so that keeps the time moving. Do I think David Perdue should have tried to run for Senate in 22 rather than governorship? I don't think he should have ran for governor, but I thought I can't even think of his name now. The oh, the guy in Georgia in the U.S. House who retired, he was gonna go. He was almost gonna go for the Senate, but or didn't he? They lost, or he didn't go. I can't even remember at this point. I've been going here for a while. But I don't think Purdue is kind of old. I would think he would want to retire, but what primary election this cycle had been the most hostile toward incumbents in both the GOP and Dem primaries? There hasn't been that many. It'd be this one for the Republicans because I don't think any other incumbents have gone down. This is the most in danger an incumbent has really in, and he's down right now. Other than that, I'd have to think back. It's probably going to be next week in New York when Jamal Bowman goes down. Um, is the Freedom Caucus coming to an end? I, I mean, I would think not yet. We have to wait till after the next election. Uh, Doug Collins, that's the guy I was trying to think of. Doug Collins in Georgia. I thought he was going to get in, but it never really panned out. Or I thought he was going to be appointed over Kelly Loeffler in Georgia. That's what I thought. But Kemp went for Loeffler. Probably a blunder, but who knows? All right, you're taking off. Liberty's Coalition. Have a good night. Thanks a lot. Appreciate you coming back in. I've never talked to besides one person was united in the Senate primary behind Hung Kao. Yeah, I didn't look way into it. I guess Hung Kao had a ton more support than I thought. Uh, but it is surprising it's that high considering he didn't even win for the House. But yeah, let's see what he does. Okay, just funny vids. Good night. Thanks. Yeah, thanks everybody. You want to watch more spin? Yeah, see, there's some support for the spinner battle. See, got to satisfy that need. So those are coming up still every Saturday. I've been doing them as we get right into the election, and maybe I don't know if I can. Might have to change things around right at the end. But for now, those have been coming out on Saturdays. But yeah, have a great night. Thanks for showing up. Mike Castle should have run for the Senate. Uh, yeah, he'd have to move down there and try to do that. But I don't think that's gonna happen. But anyway, I am thinking I gotta wind this down. I don't think we're gonna get any more in. I covered everything. The quick recap here is Vindman in the seventh is gonna take on Derek Anderson to replace Abigail Spanberger. In the 10th, I have to look up the name pronunciation here, but Suhas Subramaniam. That's terrible, I'm sure, but he's the nominee against Mike Clancy. He's going to be favored along with Vindman in the seventh. And then Georgia, we've got the runoffs here. Wayne Johnson easily defeats Chuck Hand. Brian Jack easily defeats Mike Dugan, and he's going to try to replace Drew Ferguson in the 3rd district. The 14th district, Sean Harris is going to face Marjorie Taylor Greene. In Oklahoma, we have the results here. And not much to say. Tom Cole easily wins that. And the only thing outstanding, and Hung Kao is the nominee to take on Tim Kaine in the Senate. In the 5th district, Bob Good, the incumbent, is trailing John McGuire right now. And we're waiting on the final votes. It could take until Monday, they say. The absentee ballots could come in until Monday. Thanks for the stream. It's been a pleasure. Good comments, classy stream, good conversation. Trying to have a more consistent schedule. Well, I put up the videos usually at the same time every day. The weekends are a couple hours earlier. During the week, usually they're at the same time, but sometimes I put them up a little earlier if they're more time sensitive, if I'm able to. I mean, it really, there's a lot that goes, a lot of factors in these videos. Who do you think will win the VA race? For Senate, Tim Kaine, you should with that. But it's not a guarantee, but he's going to be favored. At the very least, Kaine is going to be favored. Hung Kao, he has his work cut out for him. He's got a little bit of name ID, but he's going to have to really step it up, run a smooth campaign, and hope Tim Kaine has some kind of a misstep and that Trump turnout somehow puts Hung Kao over the top. But I'm going to say that's unlikely. Uh, People saying Minnesota could flip. I think that it's I don't think it's there yet. I don't even think it's competitive. I had it about probably around 5 points for Biden as of my last time I thought about it. It's close. It's borderline lane likely. I don't think it's down to being really, really competitive where it could flip yet. I just don't think it's there. It could get there. It does have the makings of a state that could get more competitive, but it got very close in 16. That was with third party support being elevated. But last time, of course, it lurched hard toward Biden. Easy margin for him, 7 points or so. But it could get more competitive. I just want to give it some more time. Uh, oh, if you did not mean Hung Kao versus Tim Kaine in this race, if you meant this fifth district, then I mean, I'm not sure how much where the absentees are going to be skewing toward. But I mean, McGuire's ahead by 1.5. I mean, it seemed like he might be uh, potentially the favorite. But again, who knows where these outstanding votes are coming from? Hung Kao does not have a Wikipedia page. Hey, somebody could change that. But yeah, I mean, he's not notable enough. That's it. Minnesota right now for uh, the GOP is like how Democrats feel about Texas. Yeah, I guess you could say that. But Democrats never really got super close in Texas. Trump got 1.5 away in 16, and a lot of candidates do have a Wikipedia page. Yeah, I guess. I mean, if certainly if you win, even if it's just a state legislator, you can get a page. I mean, then you're notable enough. But outside of that, who knows? You got to have some other notable. Ron Ketty in New Mexico. He's a guy who failed twice. I think he has a page. He did not for a while. I remember that. There's another guy to look up to get a little New Mexico plug in there. But other than that, I think this is going to conclude it. This is almost 5.5 hours again. We've done it. It's a success. Maybe next week. Can't guarantee it, but that's a possibility. Other than that, remember to like, share, and subscribe. If you're a fan of the channel, if you'd like to support it, feel free to do so. But this concludes another stream. Thanks for watching. Have a great night.